The question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included?
I think I've described it several times.
Would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes.
Mr. Chu asked you.
What is up, people?
City of Lies.
Hold on.
And you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City
I
of
said I
Lies?
wasn't going to do this,
I read that. I don't know.
but I heard that
Do you
Johnny
have
Depp's
any
ex is testifying today,
understanding why
and that's
Mr.
going to be
Depp
interesting.
needed that loan in January of 2016?
We've got Larry
Yes,
Sanger,
he had
Wikipedia
said he'd come
co-founder
and met
tonight.
with us, and he had asked
So
for
I think I
$20
can have some
million.
fun during the day. Although the Larry Sanger is going to be fun, but we'll talk in a bit. Hold on. I'm going to share
Did
the link
Mr.
out,
Depp
let everyone know
tell
they're
you
live.
when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why. He just expected us to do it.
So Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
This is Johnny
Actually,
Depp's
it was, I
former
want you to
agent
give me $20 million. It was not
at
discussed.
UTA.
The question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that.
This is
point.
Johnny's
That was just
former agent at United Talent Agency who he let
In the
go or
meeting,
got
do
rid
you
of 5 years
recall
ago.
what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Or did he mean
Yes.
get me a $20 million
That it made
gig?
a lot of money for us, and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
So this is a former agent. She seems a little miffed that he terminated her 5 years ago. She had been with him
Never
for
had
30
any
years.
other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No,
I'm curious,
And
is
do
she
you
saying now
believe
Johnny
the
had money
Rollingstones
problems?
interview,
Asked for
the
20 million
article
loan.
damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No,
Did Mr.
The-
Depp get the Invisible Man?
they didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
So I guess if we break, we'll be able to. It's interesting
Ma'am,
that
your next witness.
that was Johnny's ex-agent, and
Yeah.
she didn't testify to having seen any violence
Your Honor, our
whatsoever.
next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation.
Oh God, we're gonna watch another video.
And we start the questioning.
But it's relevant to damages because what this agent basically said was Johnny was late to set. People didn't want to deal with him anymore. He fired her 5
Please
years
state
ago,
your name
so
and
maybe
business
he's
address.
responsible for any damages he alleges to have
It's,
suffered.
Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's
So I'll send Nate.
8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr.
Tonight we are
Mandel, you
live,
here
Larry
under
Sanger,
subpoena,
and at
is that
lunch we're going to
correct?
go over some
Testifying under
Sullivan,
subpoena?
not Sullivan,
Correct.
Okay.
Sussman,
Could you please
Sussman trial
describe
developments.
a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980.
Not Brown, not Brown.
I graduated from the
That's a Simpsons
University of
joke, people.
California,
Invite, copy to
Berkeley School of
clipboard.
Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Waldman, Bouts, Rothman, Kegel, and Silber. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience?
So
in the
some people have
field
testified to
of
having
the
seen
business
bruises and
management,
scratches
types
on
of
Amber's
clients
arm
represented,
yesterday, but the
reputation in
agent
Hollywood,
never saw any
business
violence.
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of.
Good morning, everyone.
financial,
This was a last minute decision because my father
advisory kinds of services,
said to me,
we pay bills
that his ex-wife had testified or was going to testify. And I was like, she didn't yet, but if she does, that's going to be amazing. Distraction. All right, here. You feel free to tune in at lunch for other stuff, or tonight for the sidebar.
We work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations, and so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services. But
Johnny's damages might be getting prejudiced here, but there's thus far, from what I've seen, no evidence to substantiate allegations of abuse. But
our business is primarily
damages.
Entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
Earlier today, they had on
if you could take
a
us
former
to make this a
bandmate
little
who
more
testified that Johnny
regular
did
smoothly,
cocaine and
tell
drugs and
me
all
what
this stuff,
you
yada, yada, yada.
provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just.
But so far, no concrete evidence of any abuse. In fact, they've actually testified they didn't see it. So we'll see what this guy has to say.
The way I described our services generally, I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp.
It's Emily. What's his ex's name? Emily
what
Barker.
changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size.
Ellen Barkin,
so
his ex, is going to testify today. We're
as I
scheduled
said,
to.
our relationship started.
Don't know if it's going to be in
99.
person
I think
or
he
via
did,
this.
the first Pirates film in 2000.
Audio up a bit.
And-
I can't control the
so,
audio. I'll just
it had
lower
already
mine.
His, he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates
Nank Mam
films obviously
talked about this
catapulted him
yesterday.
to an entirely
There's a clip on
different
Viva
level
Clips.
of
It's a little more
success.
complicated than that, but
and that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden, what he was.
it's
going to
not
now
live
make
on
moving
Rumble
forward
because
was
I
going to be
can't set up 2
significantly
live
greater.
streams pre-planned on Rumble, and I've
His
already
life
got
changed.
Larry
And
Sanger set
so
up for tonight. So
what
this
that
is only on
translated-
YouTube.
That
Sorry, guys.
translated into a variety of things, and I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time, but that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional property.
Video.
It meant
That's
buying additional personal
live or
property.
pre-recorded. That's another important thing.
It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
I don't know how old Ellen Barkin is.
Can you
Share
please
the link
describe
around,
for
people,
me
because this was last
the
minute, so
day-to-day
people might not get
logistics of
notifications for a while.
communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this, but early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in a what I would call a gatekeeper-like.
Here's the
role.
link to the
And
WHO
that she was
treaty
gonna play an
discussion.
instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers, and so there was interface on a contract
Tyler,
basis.
I said unless there were
Um,
interesting witnesses and
with
closing arguments.
Christie, in the
Johnny's
role
ex
that he sort
is
of
scheduled to
placed her in,
testify today.
the conversations and
We're going to have to
communications
see
were
what she has to
constant
say.
daily with Mr. Depp. They were when they needed to be. And so we talked often. We met
Closing
often,
arguments are next
but,
Friday, so they
not
only
with the
have
same
Monday,
kinds of
Tuesday, Wednesday,
frequency,
Thursday.
the
There's
daily
no trial
kinds
tomorrow.
of frequency that I communicated with Chris.
Okay, let's see what this guy has to say.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Business manager, this is going to
They
presumably
changed
go
over
to
time.
damages.
And
He's going to
so,
say Johnny was being suffered by his own behavior, drugs, showing up late.
the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more. It exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's
I don't want to crash other people's streams because I like to talk a little more, and I don't want to just sit there and watch and feel pressured not to talk because I don't want to ruin someone else's stream. And if people want quiet commentary, Ricada, Legal Bites, Emily Baker, louder stream here, and we're going to talk about other stuff during break.
Sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And
so this is more boring stuff. They're just going to say that Johnny's behavior is what caused his damage in Hollywood.
Someone
doing drugs, showing up late,
enjoy his wine at the end of
fought
the
with
day,
everybody.
Became consumption that seemed excessive, and the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs, and that translated into more
tardiness,
erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010.
No legal advice,
frankly,
no
the
medical
other thing that
advice,
happened, and this is in
no
13,
election
14,
fortification advice.
His meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, if you're really judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful. And so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions, what I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber.
His previous former agent is obviously angry that after 30 years, Johnny cut her out. And she's going to say, by the way, he cut me out. That's why he lost gigs. That's why he lost money. Not to do with defamation. Alleged defamation.
What role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And
okay, she has to interfere with anything.
There were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
You run if you use an entirety of someone else's stream, you run the risk of not having fair use. If you use a clip, it's one thing. Restreaming public broadcast is not normally a problem, but you could run into problem with logos. So I don't want to give no answer, no legal advice. At your own risk and peril.
Time when he seemed better. There there were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and
Nate Brody,
and more often not.
It didn't
As the
help. Viva.
business manager,
Is
you
it true
would
that
have
Johnny
been
wore an
responsible
earpiece?
for
That's what
paying
one of the
Mr.
witnesses
Dr.
just said.
Chipper's, expenses, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year
Nate,
Mr. Depp
sir,
Dr.
battle?
Chipper and his
It goes all right. It goes all right. I'm here for justice for Amber Heard, as everyone is saying. Justice for Amber Heard.
People are saying like yesterday was the destruction of Johnny. I mean, I saw a lot of it.
Describe for
It's
me
just more of the
what
we
you
saw bruises, we
observed
saw
of
scratches,
Mr.
but we never
Depp
saw any
engaging
actual
in
violence.
what you would
But
call
we're
erratic
getting into
behavior.
reputational stuff now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Are
Who is this?
ways in which
This is,
things seem
what's his
disproportionate to
name?
other things.
I think it's a
And
talent
so,
agent. I'm not sure exactly
You know, there were
what's his
times
name. His
when he
name
would be
was
upset about something.
Chat.
and
Who
he
is
would be
this?
Very, very, very upset about it. Seemingly to be.
I think
disproportionate
somebody
to that
thinks I'm serious about the whole Team Amber thing.
It's
Yeah.
look, Ellen Barkin,
Erratic is
his
a-
wife,
is a
ex-wife,
word.
ex-partner, ex whatever, his
You
ex-ex.
know, I felt
I'm curious
like
to see what
things
she
were less
says.
Predictable. I felt like it, you know,
Johnny's been an angry alcoholic. It's been such an angry alcoholic that
I
nobody
was-
has testified
I
to him
was
ever being
professionally in a
violent,
place
except
where-
for Amber.
where I never knew day to day what to expect.
Yeah, her thing
You
just
said that
seems
Mr. Depp was
ridiculous.
sometimes
Her claims
his
are just
responses seem to be disproportionate, and that he would be very.
They're getting to
upset.
damages now where they're
What,
saying
if
he
any,
was losing
observations
business
did you
because of
make
his
about Mr.
behavior,
Depp
but I
expressing
would
anger?
have
He was
difficulty
angry at
appreciating that
someone
given
he
how
would let
much
them know.
the Pirates were making.
And did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, you know,
no, not
certainly
the
on a handful of
ex-wife, his
occasions in
ex-girlfriend.
2015.
Ex-girlfriend.
But if he
But
was
she's
upset
just
at a,
testifying that he threw something at her.
contractor, he would vent. If he was
So
upset
again,
with a
that's to
security
help
person, he
Amber.
would vent. He
And
would,
I think he loses
you know,
the abuse claim, but I think he wins the sexual assault
he
claim.
seemed to become
Mhm.
increasingly less filtered and increasingly
His name was Robert Paulson. His name is not Robert Paulson, guys. That's a Fight Club reference.
Robert Paulson.
you know, the notion of I want to answer you accurately. You know,
I don't see how you guys watch this
people
video
moderate their
deposition.
behavior.
Someone said sexual
They may
assault
not
in the
moderate
chat.
their behavior in public because
Well,
things are,
that was the headline. The headline was
you
alluding
know,
to that she had there was a
inappropriate in a
particular issue
particular
with that.
setting.
So
People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised.
Yeah,
my
the video
experience
depositions are
was
just
that,
tremendously
Mr.
boring for
Depp
everybody.
became increasingly less constrained,
Nate, how
less
often in the
concerned
States
with
do you guys
whether
use
he was
video
gonna upset
deposition?
someone's feelings,
to be honest with you, it really depends. Like
just increasingly
generally you got to be there,
venting in
but
less of a way when he was
I've
upset
seen
or
it done
disappointed
before,
about
so
something.
it's not like all uncommon. But this much is a
And
little bit
did that
uncommon. This is
increase
a
over
lot, to be
time,
honest with you.
beginning,
Usually,
I
but
think you said
usually
around
you don't have
2010?
this thing where everybody's all over the country. Like everybody's
It
usually in the
began
same
to change.
jurisdiction.
Yeah, and
In-
COVID,
Yeah.
so they can't.
in about
Yeah.
2010.
But
And it
before,
increased over
you usually
time
saw this a lot when you're on
and-
like
and
borders.
increased to the
So if somebody's
point
like in
where our
Jersey, someone
relationship
like when
began
you're
to be
on
impacted in
borders of states and
2015
stuff where
was
you can't really
eventually
get them
obviously
through
severed in
subpoenas,
2016.
then you'll maybe see some deposition
When
testimony and
Mr.
stuff like that.
Depp
But
would,
generally, everybody's from the area, so
express
you don't really have this problem.
Anger and upset. Did he use profanity?
Sure.
See, this is where this is getting to. If Johnny Depp sneezes wrong, he's an abuser. If Amber Depp decks him in the face, she's an innocent victim of his
Oh,
abuse.
she's defending herself. She never hit him, but she hit him. It was only to defend himself. And nobody has testified to seeing Johnny be physically violent.
Difficulties.
Yes,
having to
at any
discuss
point. But I do
financial
want to make the
difficulties?
point. But I do want to make the point that in
Yes.
IV or domestic violence, an intimate partner domestic violence, generally nobody ever sees the
His
beating. You
financial
only see the bruise.
circumstances in
right?
2015
And that's what
had
Amber Heard is
reached,
hoping for.
a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of
This is
expressing that
irrelevant
concern. There was
except
anger
to
directed
the damages
in my
that need to
direction.
be shown for the defamation claim.
And
So if
my warnings in
there could be nominal
2015 that we were
damages,
in very
even
dire
if she did
financial
defame but didn't
circumstances
cause
were not met
massive
very
monetary damages, but they're basically saying any damages he
So,
suffered was from his own
did there
conduct,
come
drug
a
abuse,
time
alcohol abuse, showing
that
up
you
late,
observed as
getting
Mr.
paranoid.
Depp's business manager that
I don't think
his
anybody's buying that. I think we all know
spending
what's up.
became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I described,
That wasn't me.
2010 and on time
That was the
frame,
dog.
As I recall, income was
Someone
very
says the U.S. Court
significant.
of the New
Spending
York
was
State
very
Court of
significant.
Claims
And
usually uses
again, the spending
teletestimony.
levels
I
that
don't.
were
I've never been
very, very,
practicing
very
in New York.
large.
New York Court of Claims.
And required
We don't use
using it on
we don't use
Trevor.
video
incredibly
in
high
Quebec.
income
So
to be
if anything, we
maintained,
file the
and
pages
when
of the
it
deposition, but you
brought
still get to
off,
call them if you want.
Yeah, in
the
criminal court, I've
disconnect
never seen
became untenable.
the deposition testimony. I've only seen
And
it in
what, if
civil.
anything, did you
And I'm not saying it
say
doesn't happen
or
in criminal
do
court, but I just never
to
seen it.
try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
Were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders
You going all
part of
day?
the $300,000
At least until 3:00. I'm going to pick up the
staff?
kids, but I want to see
Yes.
Ellen Barkin testify.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that.
That could be
Do you
critical.
know roughly how much
And I
each
know
of
the
them
questions
were
I would
paid?
ask if she comes out saying the things that I suspect she's going to have to
It's
say.
been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry.
So this guy's-
made
this guy's his
something
money
like $10,000
manager.
a day.
The
No.
question is going to be
Mr.
why
Depp
was he
spend
so
any
back on
money
his taxes?
charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
Let me. I got to step out for a quick second because I got a
Specific
client just
recollection.
calling me, and I
Okay,
wanna
go for it.
Less
give
than
it to him. But
50,000?
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
All right.
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something.
It's
rather than
arguable. Smashing
Mr.
stuff,
Mandel,
throwing
did Mr.
stuff
Depp ever
could be a form of
acknowledge that he
psychological
needed to
abuse.
change his spending patterns
So-
and improve the situation?
This is going to be
Yes.
boring up until Ellen
and-
Barkin comes in,
At
unless
various
something interesting
times
happens. But we're going to talk about some other stuff
when we would have
as
these
well. I'm going to pull up
conversations,
those links while I'm doing this.
He would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there
If anybody
occasions
has
that
any
Mr.
specific
Depp
questions
would
for Larry
apologize
Sanger tonight,
and say
co-founder
he was going
Wikipedia
to
coming
do
on,
that?
get him in. I'll screenshot and be sure to ask them.
That happened on occasion, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
It's funny though; they're trying to talk about his spending being out of control, and that might have something to do with
Seemed to happen.
Amber Heard.
And so,
$800
there would be,
bottle of wine twice a night.
at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMJ file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr.
Yeah,
Depp
apparently the
testified
morning of the
under
video that we
oath
saw him
that you
smashing the
did not
cabinets,
file his
that's when he
tax
found out
returns for 17 years?
many millions had been stolen from him. Apparently, I'm not sure, but that's what I recall
Whatever
reading.
you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that
How would you expect him to
unable
answer that
pay
question?
some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time?
Question Wiki, what went wrong during?
What
That
is
is
your
on my that's on my
understanding
list.
of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time
7
that he
o'clock
was
tonight.
business manager?
Larry Sanger.
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month. But I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of
His
whether
bag does indeed say Aviv
GM
Vodka. Let's go see.
he
Let's just go
had
do a
to
little
pay
research on
damage
Aviv Vodka.
for property damage at other
can't share the
rental
window while I do
properties
it, but-
or hotel properties that Mr.
Aviv
Depp used because of damage to the
Vodka.
property?
Aviv Vodka. Ultra premium vodka
Specifics,
from
I don't
Israel.
know, but did we pay
Interesting.
damages at various times over the years? Absolutely. Yes.
How much does it cost?
And do you recall
How
that Mr. Depp
much
from time to time
Does it
did
cost?
commit property damage in the rentals that he was in?
35 bucks a bottle? Okay.
And you
Sorry.
recall that there were
Disappointed there.
times you
I was
did
expecting
have to pay
something
for
more interesting.
damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little
I
bit
bet you
earlier
it's
about
Israeli vodka so
needing
that you can drink it
25
during
million by
holidays
the
like
end of
Passover.
the year.
Probably
Are
made from
you
grapes.
aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain 25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So
Pee would not be worse than poo. No question about
the
that.
first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay
Mandel is his
Mr.
name.
Depp's
Okay, there you go.
taxes by October 15 was October 15,
No.
2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you
I'm seeing
consider
sponsorship.
that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that we're trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
Oh, this is
That's
boring.
correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and.
Oh yeah, was that the morning he
going
found out that
on,
you, his
etc. in
agents?
the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
Oh yeah,
I recall the video, yes.
yeah. That was the day he found out I screwed
Do
him.
you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news?
Giving very bad news.
10,
Yeah.
2016?
Mr. Depp, I screwed up
I
at my
don't
job.
recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed.
Listen to him
And as
fumbling
I
on his answer. This
indicated,
guy's supposed to be
the
his money
tone
man, I think.
These conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
Only even more specifically, Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July.
Yeah, when he found out I was not doing my job
He was not
properly.
willing to sell the property in the south of France, and the tone of those conversations
This testimony is
became more
to
heated
damages, pretty much.
and more contentious as time went on.
Johnny's
because the
financial troubles
circumstances
result from
were
his own
one.
alcoholism, drug addiction, behavior, yada yada. He
And
was
would it
having
be
money
fair to say
problems,
that
not to do with
your
defamation.
perception
Amber's
was that
alleged
the
defamation.
circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's termination?
That's the question.
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically.
Yeah, but you have money
Who was the letter
managers
from?
to help with that, but also, I mean, it coincides, I think, with
they
a
were hand-
tumultuous
they handed over,
relationship.
Like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now,
For the most part, no
approximately
edit.
how much did
These are
Mr.
edited
Depp
video
earn
depositions.
during
What's the
period of
time?
You represented him.
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million.
Ugh. Yeah,
the
I'm sure
amount was
Johnny just spent that
probably,
dude who manages his money.
close back.
Did you steal $650 million from Mr. Depp?
No,
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
no,
Mr. Mandel?
I didn't
did
steal it.
TMG
I was
or
paid
you
it.
take any money
I expensed
other
it.
than the fees that
I
you
think
were
he just
entitled
take a
to from
briefcase
Mr.
of
Depp?
millions. No, that's not how it works.
no.
Great, very
Mr.
convincing.
Mandel,
Although this guy's not on trial right now.
were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
Awesome. He's totally clean.
All right,
Johnny
we'll go ahead and
just
take our morning recess.
blew
at this point.
$600
Ladies and
million.
gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to take these headphones off. So it's not going to be all that interesting.
Again, court is still in session. If we could.
Sorry.
Court is still in session.
didn't hear you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, we're going to talk about some other stuff right now. Sorry, Viva. But I don't know anyone that cares about the Johnny Depp trial. No one. Well, Dan Wolf, I can
All right,
sufficiently
we're gonna take a recess
rebut
until
that by saying
11:15.
there
Is
are
that-
literally millions of
All right,
people
thank
watching this.
Recess.
But if you're not interested in that, we're going to talk about other stuff during the break right now. Oh, God. Got to take these things off. Yeah, I'm also going to invest in better headphones sooner than later. Okay, so look, I was late this morning. Oh, they're walking out. Catching up on this, I was watching it, a little bit back and forth yesterday. Interesting stuff, but not all that interesting. We are going now into the stage of Amber's other witnesses who are going to testify, presumably, to Johnny's behavior. Whoa, they're not zooming in on the 6 cent. Oh, there you go. That's much better than the clock. Audio is very low from the court video. I can't do anything about that. No, there's a million people watching this on law and crime and other without commentary, just watching it. But it's background noise, and that's what YouTube has become. YouTube has become interesting radio because nobody listens to radio anymore. What was the point of that testimony? Johnny didn't stop getting roles due to his spending habits. It was his amber-colored reputation damage. Okay, so here's the actual legal response. Hold on. Okay, there's several aspects to a claim in defamation. You have to have a false statement that was published that caused damages, and when it comes to celebrities, was made with actual malice. So you got to go through all of those elements. Prove the statement was false. Prove that the statement caused damages, or prove the statement was published, that it caused damages, and that it was done with actual malice. We'll get to that one, maybe not now, but later. You all know the criteria. Right now, they're at the stage that, I guess, presumably, Amber's team thinks we have proven that the statements were sufficiently true, or true, and that even if they were false, that any damages Johnny suffered was from his own spending, his own addiction, his own personality problems, his own behavioral problems, and not because of Amber. This guy here, let me just take this off now. This guy here, ugh, tell me my hair looks so crazy. This guy here was his money manager, I guess. Come on, that looks ridiculous even for me. This guy's his money manager, basically saying Johnny was spending out of control, and the money that he lost or didn't gain, his own fault. The person who came before, his former agent at UTA, testified that he showed up late on set. The crew loved Johnny Depp, but she said they don't like sitting around waiting for hours while the star shows up. It became increasingly difficult to work with Johnny in Hollywood. He basically 5 years ago fired her and fired everybody. And so basically he was, as we say in French, le chef de son propre malheur. He was the cause of his own misfortune. So that's what is going on today. Notably, for anybody who's interested, the former UTA agent said, when she was asked, have you ever seen in your 30 years Johnny act violently? She said categorically, flat out, no. It is true that in abusive relationships, what goes on behind closed doors, people don't see, and everyone's like, oh, I never could have foreseen that happening in that relationship. They look so happy. Okay. For blurry today, that is only the interwebs because my Viva Fry is in clear. So that's it. That's what's going on today. Where it's going to go, apparently Johnny's ex, Emily Barkin, is going to testify for Amber against Johnny. So there could be very interesting things there. I don't know how long ago they dated, for how long they dated, and whether or not she has ever said anything negative about Johnny or their relationship. I presume that's going to come out in cross. And apparently it's going to be another one of those video explanations, video depositions. Oh, really? Viva Fry. Did you get my Instagram DM? I didn't, Big Pete, but I'll look. Dinesh D'Souza posted a video of you and Barnes on Truth Social. Booyah. Fantastic. Yeah, we posted I posted now 2 clips of our discussion of 2,000 Mules. One was basically the movie summary. That was from a week ago. And then we discussed some finer points as to how the media is trying to discredit the methodology used by Dinesh D'Souza in that documentary. But that's cool. Awesome. Did not know that. Viva, make a video of your kids cutting your... You don't know. I really think, Alan, I'm not cutting the hair for a very long time. Who's Ellen Barkin? I mean, I don't even know who she is. And that's when I heard that was happening today. I was like, I want to watch that in real time. I watched yesterday. All right. Anyways, we'll talk more about that in a second. Let's just let's just go to the Twitter feed. Oh my goodness. Other stuff. Justin Trudeau is the biggest gaslighting hypocrite in the history of the world. I think it's impossible that someone can actually be like this and not be ironic when they do it, except for perhaps Jagmeet Singh. Let's start with Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh, by the way, look how far down my replies go on his. When I'm in incognito and I go to Jagmeet Singh, his Twitter feed, and I read his tweets, and then I go to see where my responses are. Jagmeet tweeted this. Conservatives and liberals just teamed up to send billions of dollars to big oil. You're being robbed at the pumps, and their response is to line the pockets of big oil with more of your money. When times are tough, we should be helping people, not rich corporations. Other than the fact that this is economically unsound, this position, that's one way of putting it, or just utterly idiotic. Setting aside that, when times are tough, we should be helping people, not rich corporations. You're being robbed at the... And oh, really? Let's just go see. By the way, his tweet has 37 quote retweets, and it has 180 retweets. I respond. How far down my response is on this? This is an incognito, so my response does not come up right away because I'm not logged into my account. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, there we go. This you, Jagmeet. This is from an article. It's from 2018, so maybe he has seen the errors in his ways and sold his Rolexes and bikes and BMW. Jagmeet has a taste for dandy luxuries that don't comport with the monkish minimalism of his party. He wears bespoke suits in the slim British style. His favorite is a brown tweed with cobalt blue stripes, designed by a tailor in New Delhi, which he often pairs with a millennial pink turban. He owns 2 Rolex watches, an Oyster Perpetual Datejust, and a Submariner. I don't know what those are. Both were gifts, which leaves me with even more questions than I had before had he wasted his own money on them. Are those declared gifts? Is that what it is? Is that how the NDP leader lines his pockets compared to how he alleges big oil lines theirs? I only get paid what's he at now? $200,000 a year? 3 pay raises during the pandemic? I can't afford these things, but people gift them to me. Did you declare these gifts, Jagmeet? Or did you pull a Justin Trudeau? And even if you did declare them, why are you getting these gifts? What are you doing to deserve these gifts? This actually sounds like the gift that you're suggesting big oil just got from the Conservatives and the Liberals. a crimson BMW coupe, that I don't know how much that costs, and 6 designer bicycles. Quote, I just have an absurd number of bikes, end quote, he says. More than one person should have. His kirpan, the ceremonial Sikh dagger he wears under his jacket, is a steel designed by a metalworker outside Boston. Since joining Queen's Park in 2011, Singh has become one of the city's most devoted partygoers, a regular at King West night spots and gala fundraisers and fashion shows and Raptor games. My goodness, it's good to be king. And there you have him. This is the same guy now railing against big oil lining their pockets. Gaslighting hypocrites. He would be the worst if it weren't for someone who's even worse. Where's my screen? Where's my screen, people? It's almost too much to believe that Justin Trudeau can say things like this and be serious. Watch this. This is the news in Canada, by the way. Putin's decision to expel Canadian media from Moscow is an attempt to silence them from reporting the facts, and it is unacceptable. Journalists must be able to work safely, free from censorship, intimidation, and interference. That is something Canada will always stand up for. Now, let me just see how far down on his tweet Justin Trudeau. Mine goes in incognito. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. Kudos for the Billy Madison. Oh, that's not Billy Madison. That's Big Daddy. I didn't like that movie. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. There it is. There it is. You literally, and this is literally, not Rachel Maddow literally, you literally banned RT from Canadian Airwaves. You gaslighting hypocrite. How many? It's got 616, it's got 630 retweets. And that's how far down my response is in incognito mode. And someone's going to tell me that there's no suppression or shadow banning, that you have to scroll this far down to find what is arguably and rightly, because of its insight, one of the most popular responses to this. CRTC bans state-run broadcaster for RT from Canadian Airways. Justin Trudeau literally banned RT from Canadian Airways, and he then comes out after Russia apparently kicks out Canadian media and then lectures Putin on how this is censorship. What did he say here? How for Putin to do that, it's because he doesn't want them reporting on the facts. How for Putin to kick out Canadian media, it's unacceptable. Journalists must be able to work safely, free from censorship. And this guy, his CRTC, Canada Radio Television Commission, federal entity, banned RT from Canadian Airways. You could make this stuff up. And if it were in a movie, you would think that the movie is too idiotic to be true. I mean, is wearing a ceremonial dagger under one's jacket legal in Canada? I know there was a kid in high school who got in trouble for wearing the kirpan because they deemed it to be a weapon. I don't know how it. Oh, Murph's kicks on IG Viva. Your kicks are finished. I can't contact you via email or IG. No, I think I responded to your email yesterday. I'll go check if I didn't, but I got the picture, man. They look awesome. And thank you. Gifts. Anybody sends me, first of all, Murph's Kicks is sending me an awesome pair of custom shoes, and they're beautiful. But if anybody sends me a Rolex as a gift, sorry, that's not a gift. That's an investment. Thanks for covering this and reminding us the world does not revolve around the U.S. Hontus Farmer, how you doing? It's been a while, actually, Hontus. But no, it's laughable. The guy is saying Putin kicked out media. Shut up. Oysters and submarines are Rolex styles. They're roughly $15,000 to $20,000 and $20,000 to $25,000 respectively. Nothing says everyman like watches that cost a year's salary. Let me just remove this so people can appreciate the wisdom in these words. A $15,000 gift is not a gift. It is an investment in the recipient of that gift. Yeah. Aga Khan's gift to Justin Trudeau, an all expenses paid, inclusive whatever vacation trip to his private islands, that's not a gift. That's an investment. And there are no free lunches. There are no free gifts. A pair of shoes, Murph's Kicks, thank you very much. I mean, that's a gift, and that's also promotion for Murph's Kicks, and it's beautiful. And everybody needs shoes. I ain't wearing $15,000 shoes, nor am I wearing a $15,000 watch for that matter. Someone's going to cut your arms off for that. But it's a $20,000 Oyster Perpetual, whatever the heck the thing is. That's not a gift. That's an investment in the future, or an investment for past benefits. Yes, Viva, but our censorship is virtuous and noble censorship. Their censorship is just censorship. I mean, I want to pull up the article because it's beyond. When we get back to trial, people let me know when the trial gets back, and I'll pull it up. But Putin's decision to expel Canadian media from Moscow. It's like he thinks he gets to kick out Russian media from Canada or ban them from Canadian airwaves. But Russia can't do the same thing. Like, they have to sit there and put up with his abuse. I mean, this is how abusers think. I get to strike you, but you don't get to strike back. I'm doing it because you deserve it. You don't get to do it back to me. I don't deserve it. I'm trying to help you. Putin's decision to expel Canadian media from Moscow is an attempt to silence them from reporting the facts, and it is unacceptable. Journalists must be able to work safely, free from censorship, intimidation, and interference. That is something Canada will always stand for. It's something we'll always stand for, except when we don't stand for it. And Bill C-11 is nothing more than internet censorship. It's internet censorship under the guise of protecting Canadian content. Let me just get the oh, you know what? It might have actually been someone posted the link to the actual CRTC press release. Let me see if I can't find it. Oh my God. Yeah. No, it's look for the link. Has he ever told the truth about anything in his entire life? I love the responses. The internet is beautiful. Show more. Like, it's people say I'm a dictator. It's kind of true though. Trudeau. Come on, there. That's funny. Okay. You know what? If I can't find it fast enough here, we're just going to go here. Here. I mean, and don't trust me. CRTC bans RT. And let's just see if we can get the actual government. See, we got an article. CRTC. Unbelievable. Review of the authorization to this is from Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission. Miscusies, people, I got it wrong. Review of the authorization to distribute Russia Today, RT, and RT France pursuant to the list of non-Canadian programming. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't censorship. It wasn't preventing them from doing their jobs. It was non-Canadian. Okay. Summary, the commission, a federal commission. It's a federal commission. It's Trudeau's arm or mouth, whatever people talk with. The commission finds that the continued authorization for broadcasting distribution undertakings to distribute RT, formerly known as Russia Today, and RT France is not in the public interest, as their content appears to constitute abusive comment, since it tends or is likely to expose the Ukrainian people to hatred and contempt on the basis of their race, national, or ethnic origin, and that their program is antithetical to the achievement of the policy objectives of the Broadcasting Act. This is Orwell wrote about this, and he didn't warn about it because it wasn't something new at the time. He put it into a book that everybody could understand. He put into a book what has been, was, and presumably will always be the case to some extent or another. It's not a ban in Canada. They're doing it to protect people because it's, what do they say? It's abusive comment. RT is abusive comment. Accordingly, the commission removes... We're live, people. Accordingly, it removes it. They might have a little sidebar. Let me just finish with this here. Some interesting, important stuff. Then we'll get back to the Johnny Depp. Where am I? Broadcasting decision, CRTC. Accordingly, the Commission removes Russia Today and RT France from the list of non-Canadian programming services and stations authorized for distribution. Canadian BDUs are no longer authorized to distribute these services in Canada. Yep. But Putin's decision to expel Canadian media from Russia, also, by the way, not just not in a vacuum, presumably in response to Canada doing this to RT in Canada. That's unacceptable. And if you think otherwise, you must be a Putin butt kisser, to quote Mark Levin. All right. Parentheses closed. Let's get back to this. And that's it. Let's remind me, people. I'm clipping that because it's atrocious. And can you imagine? There are probably some Trudeau supporters or many Canadians who don't even know what the CRTC did. And they look at Trudeau like, good, yes, that's terrible what Putin did. Oh, wait a minute, what's that? Trudeau pretty much did the exact same thing, but like a month ago, which makes Trudeau as bad as he thinks Putin is. Okay, gotta send a text. It's so outlandish. I mean, you can't be that much of a hypocrite. That's not even hypocrisy. That's like outright lying. That's like it's okay. No more. So we don't know who we have now coming back from break. When we have our next break, we'll talk about some of the Sussman trial, which is it's boring, but it's interesting because read an article that someone who conveys a lot of useful information to me sent. You know, it's interesting seeing the treatment of Sussman versus the treatment of Flynn, both of whom were pretty much accused of the same crime of lying to FBI. Oh, let's see what this one says. The Weimermann says Depp case is a draw in my opinion. Case dismissed. I think so. That's the most likely outcome. But even if that's the case, it's a Johnny Depp win because I think public opinion has certainly swayed. But Weimermann, I don't know, man. I can see the jury now saying, "Holy crab apples!" for what Amber Heard alleged Johnny did to her to have what all qualify as virtually no evidence to substantiate it. She has evidence to substantiate verbal abuse, if those were the allegations, to support mutual verbal abuse. But had that been her defense, I would have said, yeah, for sure she's gonna, sufficiently true her statements. But she gets in front of that judge, she gets in front of that jury and says the things that she said Johnny did to her. And she has pictures of Johnny Depp sleeping or allegedly passed out and some landscaping and no other photos. I can see a jury saying, wow, serious accusations require serious evidence, and you made the most serious and provided nothing. Okay. I just got the response from the Kicks. And let me make sure that the Kicks knows that there's no, it's not an investment. It might be an investment in me showing the shoes when I get them to show everybody how amazingly beautiful the shoes are, and you'll know where to get them. Booyah. Should I share a web address when I post pics? Send. Okay. So did I just shut down the screen? No, I didn't. Okay. Judge looks intensely at the jury. I saw that guy. I could see he looked a little bit like me. Bad intentions, very bad intentions. I mean, she gets in front of the jury and says, I never said these things back in the time, but I alleged.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that with me, and we'll be questioning next, and then it will be
Rattenborn.
All right, thank you.
Murph's Kicks send me a pair of custom Nikes, I think, and they look. I saw a picture; they look magnificent. The avatar. Oh, I'm not wearing it.
Elaine Bredehoffen, together with Ben Rattenborn, we represent
Rattenborn. And I'm not trying to make fun of her. It's just I like that. I like the accent actually.
Sure, it's Adam Robert Waldman. Washington, D.C.
And
I
what is your
covered
current
I covered this
occupation?
yesterday, Gonzo.
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
Did he say a steam care company?
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
I already don't trust him. I think
Do you
2007.
currently
Everybody knows that.
represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp.
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney?
Oh, skin
I
care.
would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds
That's even weirder.
attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp.
Is
As
there
you're
echo?
aware,
Hold on.
Ms. Redehoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client
I'll turn my mic down
privilege.
also.
So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
Kochleffel.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
People, can you hear the audio?
No.
I can't raise that audio, so we'll have to live
So
with it.
just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman?
I believe that's true.
Okay.
It's
And
Harry
you are
Potter's
here
death.
today providing this deposition
I used to have
under
glasses
subpoena
just like
and
that.
Subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
I don't know why they didn't call Amber's.
What is your role in this case?
Oh, his latest
as
partner.
counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. I would instruct the
I
witness.
don't think you
not
want to
answer
open that door.
question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
He does have nice skin.
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
What are you
Have
going to
entered
answer here?
into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull that
Same
clip up.
instruction not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client
So,
communications.
like, why would they
And
play
attorney
this
work
video of him not answering or being objected to make him look like
Mr.
he's got
Waldman,
something to
when
hide?
did you
I guess.
consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
Objection. Don't think you should answer that.
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016?
If you didn't hear the
and
6
present?
minutes of Amber Heard
Would
cackling
instruct,
and
the
laughing
witness
and
not to
taunting
answer that
Johnny, this is
question,
it.
On the grounds that
It's
you can't
Ursula
answer that
level.
question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
Hence the objections, Elaine.
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. but I'm instructing him not to answer. On the
You
grounds
know,
of
the thing is,
privilege.
drug use is not only a problem in Hollywood,
accept
and
the
the
instruction.
record levels of OD
Mr.
in the States
Waldman,
and Canada
when
is
you
evidence of that.
provide legal services.
I don't know
in
why
an
he's here as a
attorney-client
witness yet.
relationship,
To show
Your
defensiveness,
understanding of that is
lack
that
of
you
transparency?
provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship. Yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for advice?
did you
I would
not just hear the
instruct-
objection?
I do
Elaine?
instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well,
Pay attention to the
So
time at the bottom,
generally,
guys, as to how
maybe
long
we
this
can
lasts.
Work at it from that perspective. So
Yeah,
in
Vancouver.
your relationship
Canada
with
has
your
this problem. The
clients,
States.
You provide advice.
Drug
and
abuse
it's
is
up to
not
the
just
client
Hollywood.
To determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
Jim Von
And
Eekhout, share
by
the link
same
around.
token,
But yeah, I
it
know,
would
I know
be
I'm
up
not
to
coming
the
up, but
client to determine
I haven't been
whether
doing
to
it as
reject
consistently as the
your
others, so it
advice in
kind of
whole
makes
or
sense.
part, Correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the
The
witness.
heck
not
is she
to,
talking
answer the
about?
question
Okay,
based on
people in the chat,
attorney-client
try to guess where she's.
privilege.
Sorry, try to guess where she's going with all of this.
I
Where
accept
is
the
she?
instruction.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
What kind of
But yes,
question
I
is that,
think it's
Elaine?
true.
Everybody
I
does.
think we need to let,
Would be free to terminate at any time.
my apologies, Mr. Waldman, I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way. So I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I'm not on Rumble because I have a
Accept
stream
the
set up for
instruction.
tonight on Rumble, and you can't set up two at a
Now,
time
and
on
Mr.
Rumble.
Depp,
So
as the client
tonight,
in your relationship,
live on both.
is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
Okay, understood,
I would
Lightgiver.
instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that, I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct
Yeah,
the
so this
witness
is
not
part
to
of the
answer.
aggressive PR campaign, people
I accept the
leaking,
instruction.
the false story of Amber and
Mr.
the airport
Waldman,
incident.
If you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship, and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
These are the dumbest
To
questions.
speculate about the question, yes, generally.
The client.
Would be responsible.
That the lawyer does
for
not decide to sue.
deciding, the ultimate outcome of the settlement. Yes.
Thank you very
Now,
much, Amy.
You met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's
You-
correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking for personal knowledge. which would mean you
This
have
is
had
a
to
witness
have
actually called by
witnessed-
Amber's team.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge.
Richard, don't worry, I
of
understand.
The relationship between Mr. Depp
Gas
and Ms.
is
Heard
like
was based on
$2.20
your
a
interviews
liter
with
in
Mr.
Quebec.
Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the
I
substance.
can't bring up the court
communications
audio,
with his
people.
client, Mr. Depp.
Cannot bring up court audio. I can just bring
I
down my
accept the
voice
instruction.
to this. Oh yeah.
Once you came into Mr.
Nice
Depp's
headphones, Viva.
life
Thank you.
and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance. a
Imagine
number
being
of
dragged
lawsuits.
into
Would
this
you agree?
dumpster fire. Okay, she's trying to intimate
Yes.
that this
Did
lawyer is
Mr. Depp
responsible
terminate
for the many
Tracy
lawsuits
Jacobs
Johnny filed.
as his
many.
agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you
I can't.
not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you
$2.33 a
had
liter.
with Mr. Depp.
It would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the
So
extent
when this guy objects, just to say,
that
she's
answering the
trying to
question
basically show
requires
that
you to
Johnny Depp
disclose
went on a
communications that
lawsuit
you had with
rampage
Mr. Depp,
to
I
exact
would instruct you
revenge
not to
against
answer
Amber
the
Heard.
question.
And I guess this is the
It
lawyer
would.
that was his lawyer at the time.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
And I would
Objection.
instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come
Who
from Mr. Depp in the
who else would
communication
make
with you.
this is
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp,
this guy does look like
Mr.
a
Depp filed
hard
a
ass.
lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because
this is
it
not
would
Amber's lawyer.
require,
This is Johnny's lawyer. Amber's the one talking.
Disclosure of communications.
Who can't seem to ask a
between
question
Mr.
better
Depp and
even
Mr.
in a
Waldman
recorded
as to
deposition than she can in court.
Who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision?
I'm going to try to do a fishing stream this weekend.
ability with respect to the
Objection.
lawsuit
Can you just object now? You've asked this question 5 times.
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom,
She enunciates
Depp's
her words
former
well.
attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm, is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not
And you know
to
what?
answer
Side
to
note,
the
I
extent
think
it
this lawyer
requires
here would have been a
him to
better role for
disclose
American
attorney-client
Psycho than Christian
communication.
Bale himself.
It would.
And Mr. Depp.
I like
though,
his
is the
suit and tie,
ultimate
actually.
Decision maker in connection with any decisions made.
They're not
in
calling,
the
well, they're calling them.
litigation against
These are
Mr.
old
Bloom and his law
depositions.
firm. Would you agree?
This is from February
Same
15th.
instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Public record, Elaine.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Do you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was
I
your
will.
role in the UK litigation?
I would
Objection.
instruct the witness not to answer that question
Oh.
because it necessarily
Elaine could have
requires
adduced
him
all of this
or
evidence
would
on her
require
own.
him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
She knows. She just wants to mention all of the lawsuits and have the jury
You
hear that
represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK
Johnny sued.
litigation,
He
correct?
was representing many lawsuits. Johnny bad.
Again,
Amber
I
good.
would
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp.
And
of
she wants to
being
remind the
a,
jury
quote,
that Johnny
wife
lost that
beater,
trial.
end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
Objection.
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan
Objection.
Wootton,
Elaine,
correct?
you know how.
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client.
How about just refer to this as objection A and just say objection A.
That particular.
Save us
lawsuit.
all. It's nice to have our own lawyer
Accept
commenting
the
for us.
instruction.
Thanks, Viva. Oh, I like your dog.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
Yes, Elaine, you can check the
That's
court
correct.
record.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2000.
She sounds like the lawyer from Liar Liar, the redhead lawyer adverse to Jim Carrey.
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
I think there's going to
Would
be an
instruct the
objection.
Witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Why would you ask that question to the lawyer? Answer it.
Yes.
Yes,
As
yes.
part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that
Goddamn
correct?
pen is blue.
Again, I would, that is attorney work product and that is protected in Virginia.
No, not Susie Kurtz, the lawyer, the redheaded
So
lawyer in the
object
brown
on that
dress.
Basis, but you can answer that question, yes or no.
Yes.
You also spoke
But
with the
agency
press
wouldn't
on
prove
Mr.
anything. This
Depp's
guy's not on
behalf,
trial.
did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent
Unless they're
that
just
it
trying to show that
requires,
Johnny
disclosure
caused
of
his own
any
damages by filing these
communications
lawsuits.
between yourself and Mr. Depp.
Okay, the objecting attorney seems to be getting paid by the word for his objections, but
And therefore,
And therefore I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
objection, same
not to answer
instructions.
on the same grounds.
When did you communicate with the press?
I accept
How
the
did you communicate with the press?
What were you hoping to gain?
Same
I was
instruction
saying it as a
not
joke.
to answer the
It's
question.
become a joke.
I accept the instruction.
Did you gain what you expected to
You
gain?
remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for
Objection.
all of his affairs. Isn't that correct?
Objection.
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that
Ba-
without disclosing your communications. with
Bear in
Mr.
mind,
Depp. And we
they
have to
chose to
disclose.
include these questions and the objections. This is Amber's team, so presumably,
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an
objection.
article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
You can't answer,
I think it
Mr.
would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
I wouldn't have even said that much. By saying that, it suggests that they had discussions about going to Rolling Stone. I
The
would not have even
author
said
of
that.
This article, which was published on June 21, 2018.
It means he accepts the
Stephen
instructions not to
Roderick.
answer, but then he should
Were
just
you
say that.
present when
I-
Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
I like this guy.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
That you just offered more information. I cannot answer that yes or no. And move on.
Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wootton?
I'm not sure.
Elaine, you could have done your homework
Do you
and just
recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after
Rolling
Mr.
Stone
Depp filed
article,
the lawsuit
Johnny.
against the Sun and Dan Wootton?
John Depp.
I don't.
See what that article has to do with 2018. The trouble with Johnny Depp.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. You see that?
Is this the
before you
article,
go there, Mr.
Light
Waldman,
Giver?
I asked you a
Is
question.
this the
I just
article?
read that and said, do you see that? can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
he's a great witness. I
Okay,
mean,
thank you very much.
he's confirming a
Is
timeline that you
an
didn't need him to
accurate
confirm.
statement?
I forgot the dog was under the chair.
No,
What is inaccurate about it?
it says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
The heck is he supposed to know?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question.
He just revealed?
outstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that.
Okay, this is the article, people. That was the article.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I mean, they could have asked Johnny Depp all of this and not had any problems with solicitor-client
Did you
privilege.
assist Mr. Depp with publicity?
I actually like his glasses as
on
well.
Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would
Objection.
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
Don't say anything, Waldman.
I accept the instruction.
There you go. Don't offer
In
more
your
information than you
view,
have to.
Does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The
Objection.
witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement.
I would
I'm
object to
going
this objection.
instruct
You're
you
saying
not
too
to
much.
Answer any questions
Don't
about his
testify for the
communications
witness.
with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Objection.
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications
This is
with Mr. Depp
did
about
they
authority.
did
So
they
I'd
ask
instruct
Johnny
you not
Depp
to
about this
answer that
article? I
question.
think she's spending more time with his lawyer than I think she did with Johnny on
It was
this.
Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
Tell me if this is better. I put on automatically adjust volume. So did that make it better?
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on.
So
attorney-client
you have to
privilege.
appreciate Elaine, Team Amber selected all of these questions and objections to
How many
include as
publications did
testimony
you
for the
reach out
jury.
to
So
on Mr.
why?
Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
I'll fix the
Same
audio.
instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Okay,
How
I've
many
lowered the audio
publications
now,
did
people.
you reach out to on
I
Mr.
can't make it
Depp's
any better than
behalf
this.
relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
Okay, so they've
How
decided to include
many
this.
publications
What are they
did you
hoping that
reach
this
out
shows?
to
Obstruction?
concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
Oh, okay.
I did.
Here we go.
When
This is
did you begin that Twitter account?
okay. Interesting question. Don't say
Not sure of the
2016.
date.
Don't say 2016.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
When would be the relevant
Prior to
period?
2005, 2010, 2000?
Elaine, if you go to his
Do you
Twitter
want me to
account,
speculate?
it tells you.
I want you to give me your best estimate. Okay.
I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific.
Let
date.
me go see. Elaine, I'll
Do you
answer that
recall-
Want to
question.
give me ranges? I could try.
There you go. Let's see.
Do
Twitter.
you recall how many years you had a Twitter account?
Do you not
Not
understand?
precisely.
What's his
Was it
name?
more than a
Adam
year?
Waldman.
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended.
Oh,
Correct.
that might be why I can't find it.
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
What did you do,
recall
you
when that
bad,
was?
bad? When that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Roughly?
Do you recall why?
You'll remember that. You'll remember that.
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended.
What was the
for
reason they
life
gave you?
from their platform? And the response that I received was, multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations?
To which
And
they
responded
responded.
by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
Yeah, but did they say why?
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
No, it's just a permanent.
Yes.
It's just it's a, what does it say?
Do you
Permanent
have
suspension.
a Twitter account now?
No.
Elaine, how did you just
Do
drop
you
the question as
still
to why?
communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between you and Johnny.
I know what she is doing and why, but I think it will have the
So I
opposite.
accept the instruction.
Tell us just
Do
my
you still
opinion.
communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Objection.
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
But hold on. So
Has Mr. Depp ever
why was
asked
he
you
suspended?
not
Was it
to
this?
speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, if it would require Mr. Depp, Mr.
Is that
Waldman
why he
to
was
disclose his
suspended? Does
communications
anybody know for a
with Mr.
fact?
Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
He never answered, and Elaine
Would
never
you have
pressed.
followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I will instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp
Objection,
or Mr.
obviously.
Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
Okay, so just my opinion. Why do you think he's doing this, or they're doing this? In fact, everyone in the chat, why do you think they're
Would
doing
you have
this?
followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements
Objection,
you made to the
hypothetical.
press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct or retract any statements?
Objection, that would require communication of solicitor client. Cool.
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4.
I'm just curious why they redacted so much of this article, but
Kind of hard to read.
I find it
It's a,
annoying.
It's an article from July 3, 2020. Mail Online. This is
Don't
Daily
do it.
Mail
Objection,
Online.
drinking game would lead to immediate unconsciousness.
I do.
No, actually.
I
if
don't
you're
think
just
she's
gonna
trying to get him
go
to slip up. This guy's not going to slip
page
up. But
8. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and
If
her
that's the best-
friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs.
they should not be
have
repeating
selected
this
some
as
of
many
the
times as they are,
sexual
because the more they
violence
repeat it,
facts,
the more the jury might
quote facts
think that this
and
is actually
quote,
true.
as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you
She's
see that?
repeating Johnny Depp's argument for
do.
Johnny Depp to the
Did you
jury.
make that statement?
Not something I would do.
I
No,
believe I
that's
did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the
objection.
witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Elaine,
would
tell
you
us again
make
about
the
that
statement?
sword and
Same
a shield.
instruction, same rationale. You can't answer the why question without disclosing attorney-client privilege, so I would instruct you not to answer.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
And that, in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on
Still didn't
attorney-client
find the
privilege
Red Bull.
grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question.
I have to go
can
get
agree with
another
the
one.
instruction, but
But I got
apologize if you did.
Mate Libre today.
Fair enough.
Yerba
Amy,
mate.
could you read that back, please? Thank you.
Let me just stretch and
One
show the
moment.
shirt. Oh yeah, there you go.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry.
Trying to convince the jury that they are hiding things
Did
as being
you
deceitful and to cause the
discuss
jury
this
to
statement
mistrust
with Mr.
JD.
Depp
Sorry about this.
before
These are the
making
coffee.
this statement?
Same grounds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but everybody knows you're not going to get a lawyer to talk about their correspondence and
Did
taking
you
advice from their
discuss the
client or
statement
giving
with
advice to their
Mr.
client.
Depp
Everybody knows that.
After making the
This
statement.
doesn't look this
Same instruction, same grounds.
to me. This looks desperate and stupid, but I'm
Was
just a
Mr.
lawyer. What do I
Depp
know?
Aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was
Okay,
Mr.
screenshotting
Depp
this here.
aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same
Same
instruction,
objection.
same
Same.
grounds.
Objection A.
I accept the instruction.
It looks stupid, but it also looks. It makes him look
Did
incompetent. It's
Mr.
like
Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
you've asked
Same
this
instruction,
3
same
times, Elaine.
grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to
Hypothetical,
retract or
and why
correct
would I
the statement, would you have retracted?
Same
or corrected
objection,
it?
same grounds.
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
I could write this
If
script here.
Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct,
If
would you
If.
have corrected or retracted?
same objections, same grounds,
instruction, same
I
grounds.
accept instructions.
I accept the instruction.
Yes.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same
Same
objection.
instruction, same
Same as
grounds.
I accept
Yes,
the
I accept the
instructions.
instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you could take control now and do that.
I can't
you, I
increase
will.
the audio. This movie sucks.
says-
At least
this
this
is
chapter of
just-
the movie
I
sucks.
didn't set the stage here.
This is really terrible. I mean,
The Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are 2 parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part
Right.
with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted?
Same
them?
objections,
Same
same
instruction, same
yeah.
basis.
I accept the instructions.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same
Same instruction,
objections.
same basis.
Okay.
Accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, I just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading. And I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Right here. Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same
Same instruction,
instructions.
same
Same.
basis.
I accept the
Sorry, I was paying
instruction.
attention to something else for a
Did you
second.
make the
Let's see what we
statement
got
on
here.
Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same
Thought I was
instruction, same
tuning
basis.
in to Viva Fry Roundup with Groundhog Day.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making it?
It's impossible. This is idiotic. This is
Same
idiotic. I mean, this is going to piss the judge off at some
I
point.
accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after?
I'm sending this to someone right now.
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this
Message.
statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Oh my
Same
goodness,
instruction,
this
same
is
basis.
ridiculous.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you.
Oh. Oi. Yeah, this is not good.
Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Okay. So directing your attention to exhibit number 11. So, because there's a
Like,
number
what
of
does Elaine think she's going to argue from this? Look at all the questions he refused to answer because of solicitor-client privilege. That must make him a lawyer.
209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what?
She means for what? For what
Oh, no,
communication?
he's a publicist, he's an advisor.
This is
on
wasting
media.
valuable time.
I see. Did you? At
I
any
want my
time,
yerba
did you
mate.
or Mr. Depp ever employ?
Doesn't look good for it.
Bishop
Doesn't look.
in any kind of public relations?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer any, I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
This is the opposite of ASMR.
I would
It's
not
like
be able to
needles
answer
in
without
the
doing
ear.
So I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 128.
Yeah, this eats into
Adam,
defense.
I
This is part of their
confirm
evidence.
meeting with the Mail Online for Monday,
Can you imagine this?
17th.
For all of the accusations of
See that?
abuse, well, they've now wasted about 35
So did
minutes
you, in fact,
on
have
this.
a meeting with the Mail Online on 17 February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no. But
Well, it is. I mean, look, it's fun
I
to
see
hang
this and
around.
it
It's
would
fun to
surprise
listen
me
to
if
the
we had.
radio. It's fun to
And
learn.
was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
Solicitor-client privilege.
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
Objection.
I would instruct the witness not to answer that
Holy hell,
question,
she knows he
based
can't
on
answer
attorney-client
anything that would cause him to violate attorney-client
I
privilege.
accept the instruction.
Maybe she's trying to get him in trouble with Johnny Depp. Who knows? That might
When
be.
did you obtain the audio tape that you referenced?
audio
in
tape.
This text message?
Audio.
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you.
No,
to
I did not see
disclose any
Runkle's jury breakdown, but he
communications
was on Monday. He popped
had
in for
with
lunch.
Mr.
Let's see if I
Depp,
can
your
get him to
client.
come. See if he can talk about it.
Would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
It's funny though, because the judge would have stepped in if this were viva voce, but I guess it's like the judge is basically saying,
What
look,
tape did you
it's your-
provide?
it's your
to the
time.
Mail Online, the Daily Mail.
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
bagel. You want a bagel with cream cheese,
My recollection
smoked
is
salmon,
that I gave
sliced
a
eggs.
pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember.
look at
but
that
I
dog.
provided them 2 tapes.
I wouldn't be able to put up with this. Amber's got to be like,
What
this guy's
training have you
way to go,
had
Elaine.
in
Yeah, Johnny,
domestic
drink that coffee.
violence?
Better be coffee, man.
None.
Have you ever represented any
Little
clients
smoked
who have
salmon,
either
maybe
been
some
accused of domestic violence
Gravelox.
or had domestic violence
Captain
committed on
Crunch all
them
day
other
long.
than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as we would say, element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there,
This is Johnny's lawyer now.
as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text that Christian Carino, that you believe
Eric.
disproved
Hey,
Are you watching this?
abuse by
we
Johnny Depp?
did Sadie Rogers to make you
Okay,
a
good.
supercut.
Um,
I'm serious. I mean,
also probably
you
easier
repeated
to
it. It's
answer
just one testimony.
by taking a particular
That, you know what?
incident
If she
rather than
can,
just
let's
thinking of
let's
names
do
of
that.
people.
All right.
So
I already told her on the
maybe
side.
this
I
is
was
a
like,
good
you got to do it the
illustration
same,
that may be helpful answer.
same objection, same blah.
On May 21st, 2016.
With some techno music,
and
like
I always view this as
so
Mhm.
now it's getting a little more interesting because he's actually answering meaningful questions
She led with
Oh, really?
when she went to get her temporary
because it's
restraining
Johnny's lawyers now, I think.
order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained, female
Domestic
police
violence
officer,
trained people,
testified over and over and over.
not
that
irrelevant.
there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times.
This is not what Amber wants
that,
to hear now.
there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who were those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divinier, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divinier was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard's.
I cannot bring up the audio, and this guy talks
Isaac
soft,
Baruch,
even with
Ms.
the low
Heard's
audio.
and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, to her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building.
Much better prepared answer now that
I
he
think Brandon Patterson.
he shouldn't be
also
testifying to this
testified
anyhow.
about
Like
the,
this is not his knowledge, but
absence of bruises.
Elaine's not objecting in
And
this
I
video
should-
recording.
I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax. I should distinguish, these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st.
Elaine has
of
missed
May,
several objections.
Oh,
Spidey
yeah.
and I were
to
talking about
perhaps
that. Like,
the
she
25th,
lets
26th
things
of
go
May,
by
and of course she
that are
appeared
pretty
He-
damaging.
on the
All of this.
27th.
He should
Some
not
of
be
them
testifying to other
testified
people's
that
testimony.
Even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared, and that she appeared.
They're not stupid. They might have
During
different
that
mics or
period
cameras or
between
whatever.
the 21st and 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers. But I think that's an illustration of
But
what I
even
was
if he
referring
had
to.
interviewed these people, this is hearsay. He's
Question
testifying about what other people have said out of
Can you
court.
Please pull up.
He should. I would be objecting left, right, and center
document
to this.
labeled ARW 660, please. To start. But you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you help disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
This,
As
he's,
to that,
he-
as to that incident,
This is an
Thanksgiving,
opinion
perhaps
question.
2013. I think those, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than
on for Johnny.
public messaging platforms?
This is a dangerous question because
Let me ask that differently.
Yeah,
Have
ask
you
it differently.
communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
for and on behalf of Johnny, or for your own
Um,
benefit. Because if he answers
Other
for Johnny, that
social-
opens
I
up the
wanna
door
make
for
sure I'm
Elaine.
Precise. Other social media users,
Yes.
that group would include almost everybody on earth.
Have you provided information about this case to
If
other
I switch
social
over to Law and
media
Crime, are they going to give me a
personalities who
problem?
would then post
They
that
might.
information?
I'm not switching over to Law and Crime.
Try E.
I've provided
Okay, hold on.
information episodically to what I
I
would.
think it's
what I would
Entertainment
call
Tonight or something,
internet
but they
journalists.
have a pretty clear one.
I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with. You mentioned
I'll do it after this
BBC
line of question because I don't want
or-
to fuss
or-
things up now and miss
or
this.
a
Yeah.
mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
Oh my.
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. Don't actually.
Do you know who that is, Eric?
Yeah, he opened the trial with Nick Rekieta.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
And Amber's gone after him personally.
I don't remember doing so. No.
What are other? Well, let me ask you this: have you communicated in a similar fashion?
he's the
with
leak.
Someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian.
This is a big problem. He is now answering questions that this lawyer objected
What
to
about
because of
someone who goes by
solicitor
the
client
name Maria
privilege.
Laura B?
This would open it up
Yes.
for Elaine to come back and say, I'm sorry.
And have you
You've now waived
communicated
privilege.
to
And maybe that happened. Maybe that's why she brought this
those
testimony
individuals
in.
listed,
Mhm.
Because we
evidence that
could
you
have a
believe suggests
full
that
day deposition.
Ms.
They
Heard's
seem to like him.
allegations are hoaxes?
Well, he's at 3:00 in the afternoon. He started at 10 or
I would
earlier, 9.
I communicate with the internet journalists because we put them in category calling them that. I've done that.
For and on behalf
Exactly
of Johnny?
the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. If they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you?
No, they could be.
in-
They could.
when you
They've
communicate
agreed
with
on
them,
what to
you do
submit
so-
in terms of
you
video
testify
deposition to
some
the
by
court.
phone, correct?
Yes,
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
largely I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
We'll see. I don't think
Can you
Elaine
please
comes
pull
back
up,
to ask.
the exhibits,
I'm not sure.
ALH 17001 to 2, please.
On the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes,
German media outlet.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Hurd, correct?
Well, this is recent. This is recent.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Hurd for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim.
Elaine is
At
themed,
that
Donnie. Yeah,
time,
she's
then
secretly throwing this.
sequentially came the statement,
There are questions
then
about that.
came notification from the
Really?
LAPD that it
Did you
was
see the
actually
picture of her
the LA
greeting
Sheriff's
Johnny on the
Department
line, or somebody looked just like her
investigating the
doppelganger?
about it.
No.
And who notified you
Oh.
from the LAPD that it was allegedly the sheriff's department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know. That's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't.
Elaine
think I
had
do.
better
don't
come
know, but
back
I
and now
don't-
say thanks for
well,
all your objections,
I'm
but
not
you've
sure.
opened the door, and I want to know the
And I'm
context
sorry if I asked you this.
for all of this.
How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
Let me see what stream Rickade is using. He might be taking a
was
chance
that the
with
only time that you spoke to this person?
law and
Well,
crime.
he'll poke him in the eye.
they
So
both in
he might
person?
have.
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that
No,
right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed
They're saying it's Rottenborn.
with the LAPD
That
regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Hurd and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a
that would, I mean, that's weird if it's true. I mean,
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
because
Yes.
why would they not be objecting to the same thing that they
Do you
objected
know
to
whether
under?
that claim was produced as part of this, your document?
Elaine did say that Rottenborn was taking over after.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD.
Pete Chat, is this Rottenborn?
But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
It sounds like him now that they say it.
So what was, you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
Don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
I see. This definitely doesn't seem to be a lawyer for JD. I don't know, man. They're
Well,
talking
I
about
think this
Amber perjury.
quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
Okay, hold on. While we do this,
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
it was I,
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
owner and president.
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Okay, let's just see if I can YouTube real quick, like Johnny Depp live. Now this news apparently is louder. We were on still. The commercial's loud.
Day with our new Buffalo Puts In. It's a hot new addition to our troop of puts-ins, but only for a limited time.
Okay, let's
go. YouTube Premium. It's worth the
Oh,
investment.
come on.
It really does change everything.
Nah, it doesn't.
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
Oh, great. We missed the last 2 minutes of it.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga.
Okay, chat, someone's going to have to help me understand what the heck just happened there.
Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness.
Yeah.
Is that, and go ahead.
Oh,
We start the question
Buffalo
right there.
protein.
What's your name and business address for the record, please?
Marie Sadanaga, Marie Sadanaga, Sadana.
Creepy green screen.
And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
By the way, you're getting a baseline of her behavior. She
And
looks
what is
up
your
to
current
the right when she is trying to remember
I
something.
am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
Okay, this is going to be interesting.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
Oh, okay.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
So once we determine there is domestic violence,
Why is she just laughing a
we
lot?
have
But
to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now,
I am appreciating a lot of comments that she does look a little bit like AI, but
Well, that's why I said this green screen is not a good choice for her.
it's terrible.
Because it causes her headphones to disappear and it's like pulling the ears off. It's weird.
The victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges. What would the patrol officer's obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there.
Which they didn't.
How does
this
help
help
Amber
her?
Heard?
So
I'm confused.
I'm telling you.
When the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016.
How do
and
how
there
do
are
creators
4
get ad
people
revenue if I skip the
that are
ads?
present at the scene.
They get premium
Only of
cut.
Those individuals
Okay,
are
I'll think
the
about it.
officers obligated to
But I like
investigate.
ads sometimes.
So I'm going to show you
That
the
man
incident
groomer, I would never have known about it.
and
What, the
goes down
Manscaped?
that
I'm
has
joking. I don't
Well,
have
you need a sponsor,
and
right?
then it says,
Offer to cut that hair with that.
Looks like check location, verified husband left. Victim advised verbal dispute and refused to give any further information. Issued business card. Do you see that?
It looks like she has gills.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually,
In
a little bit.
May of 2016 was the language victim advised verbal dispute. Language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene.
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to
As violence.
document when a report was not taken.
She's okay. Someone's gonna have to tell me how this is helping Amber in any way.
Exhibit number 8. It's dated
Confusing
November
the jury,
24,
make it seem like something happened.
That's maybe, but or she has info that we haven't seen yet, or evidence that hasn't been adduced.
That's like that lawyer before when he kept not answering, because of client privilege. Could that be a tactic where he's saying, so if Johnny told you to shoot a dog, you would be okay with that?
And so you
I
just have
can't answer, and then just inject anything you want into the conversation and be testifying for yourself.
I think to some extent, yeah, but
what is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic
can you
violence?
understand the question that Elaine just asked?
Right.
That's a convoluted question. Lesson for
a lot of
lawyers.
questions that are required by California state law. So we
Her questions are
included
terrible anyway.
that on it, and the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions.
Eric, give me 2 minutes.
To
We'll
help
go to the little
us
boys' room.
See it?
look at kind of to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadnaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at
We can't turn it up, Lone Star.
and we start out on the
That's all the
left-hand
volume we
column,
have.
and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristic of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items.
This is the new look.
here,
Oh,
including
it takes the
location,
pressure off my
vandalized,
ears.
ransacked,
Oh, look at that.
and personal property damage, furniture disarray.
I think that
broken.
she's trying to get it by
Is there
implication.
understanding
She's saying,
why these
is it common for a domestic violence victim to have blah, blah,
My
blah, blah, blah?
understanding is that these
But that
are,
doesn't mean that it's Amber Heard. So I'm kind of like, what
No,
is this, a
things that
quiz?
are
Or she's
typically
trying to
at
like
a crime
maybe
scene
explain
or
away
can
that there
occur,
was
so
some indication of
things
violence,
that we
but that
want
they
officers
decided not to draw up a
report
report for
and
bad
mark
policy
when
reason
they
or
take the
something. I don't know.
report.
It's weird.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol
Mate Libre,
officers
rose and
decide that
hibiscus,
there's no crime,
the healthy alternative to
but
Red
they
Bull.
see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every
This goes on for 20 minutes,
situation
people.
is different. I believe one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements
did
from
they?
people. And
How is this
and
video
have
quality
those
acceptable to the court?
Even if ultimately
It's entertaining.
the officers
I'm waiting.
determine that it
Johnny Depp
wasn't
was his first movie is
Yes.
Nightmare on
that's
Elm
why
Street.
domestic
I'm waiting
violence
for
incident
Freddy's claws to
reports
come through the
are
wall
reports
behind
where there
her.
are no crime, and that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Well, by the way, this is absolutely not a
That
discreet ad
incident
at all,
report,
by the way. I would love for them to
include
sponsor,
if there
but
were
this is not a
interviews with
sponsored video.
witnesses and if
I'm
there
drinking
were
this
any
stuff because I like it.
photographs or notes taken.
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations. and
Did they
any
even do that
photographs
with
are
the
listed.
2 times they came over?
And was there an incident report?
Pat King's still in jail. Next
place
hearing on
in
May
of
24th, I think.
2016
Good Lord.
for patrol officers to use in domestic violence.
People's
calls?
Republic of Canada.
Yes.
No comment.
Could you
I
please
can get in
describe
trouble.
the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included?
Okay, so they have an
typically
incident
in an
report.
Incident report.
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime.
God, that'd be great
They are
if we
actually
had a cat.
required
I am
by
not a
state
cat.
law for us to
It'd be
document
so entertaining.
every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same. I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them, and that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation, the statements that anyone made.
Where could she be that she would need
as
to
we
black
asked
out the
on
background so thoroughly?
domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is.
Somebody
how long
pointed out she has a
they've been
giant
together, any
Aquaman poster
prior
behind her
incidents
on the
of
wall.
Domestic violence.
Oh, so she might be at home. No.
All that would be included in the narrative.
Does she?
Of an
I
incident
don't
report.
know. It would be funny as hell.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be if there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May
Okay,
2016,
it was a joke.
where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their
On a
shift for the day?
computer, Elaine.
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they
She
can
looks like
get
she's
all
pouting
information to make
so
that
often.
educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
we take a incident report.
Oh my goodness! Can we just get? Was an
where
incident
we
report
determine there
filed
is no crime,
with Amber?
but that one of the parties is in fear that
Is she really at James Franco's
their
house?
life was in danger, or they could
I'm joking, people.
be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. And so, I would think the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument. There was no physical injury. I wasn't. Both parties say weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
I'm covering this today because Johnny's ex-girlfriend
so,
is testifying, Ellen Barkin, and I
in that
thought
third
that would be
case
very
you just
interesting and
described,
relevant.
Would there be any
During lunch, we're going to
Sort
talk
of.
all this stuff.
documentation
We'll see.
required typically?
Have you seen Ellen's history?
That third
I was
one, when we
just
don't
going
have
to
the
Google that
fears,
right
it's
now,
in the
actually.
Incident report. It's only
She has
documented
problems
on
with different
that,
people.
daily field activity report.
It's going to help ask a lot of
Just
questions
search Ellen
here
Markin
on deposition
accusations.
about
So she has a mentor who supposedly did something. She has Terry Gilliam. I think I'm one of the Monty Python people. She has Johnny Depp. I think Val Kilmer and her have sparks. So
This is interesting.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
I mean, she may have a lot like Amber. You know, everybody on the world's lying except for Amber.
Wasn't she a crazy person in the movie, like a villain?
Oh, Ellen's done a lot, yeah.
When
I
confronted
don't think she's
with
done any work for a while, though.
a person who's unwilling to make a
Dropped it.
statement,
Wild Bill, The Adventure, The Big Easy, Sea of Love, Ocean's 13.
is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate
Oh
that
my
they
goodness.
have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually, we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control.
I mean, this has been so vague and broad and has nothing to do with Amber thus far.
Get them to discuss.
Yeah, it's only talking about domestic violence victims. Okay, but it's almost by implication, I swear.
Because, Chat, did they even draw up a report, an incident report from when the cops came to Johnny Depp's place?
There are indications at the
No, we
scene.
had two sets, and they both said there's nothing to see.
Yeah.
Does the fact that the
I mean,
potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily.
She said this before, that even if they don't want
to
to.
investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and evidence.
Yeah, there has to be a sign of something, and they won't.
So
They will note it.
This is supposed to be about the op-ed.
Determine that it was a crime that created.
Oh, yeah, I think.
That they came and the cops didn't see the apartment destroyed, which goes against what Amber Heard said. So
If observed injury, if
Yeah, I don't know.
observed property damage, back and forth.
trying
Both
to
of us
discredit the
asked
fact
you a lot
the
of
officers
questions
did not
about
make a
this.
DV report.
And so I
Okay.
just want to make sure that it's. very
Because
clear.
again, everybody lies
If
except
a
for poor
police
Amber.
officer
See,
responding
Amber,
to
she's
domestic
trapped in this
violence
world, and
sees
everybody's against her.
I could have
regardless
another
of
5 of
whether
these.
The victim cooperates. What is the police officer's obligation? This is
If
as of
cops
May
saw physical
2016.
evidence, there would be an incident report.
Yes.
To do an investigation to determine
50
if
milligrams
that
of
injury
caffeine.
was
I can have
a
another one.
result of a crime.
You're going to be so hyped up by the end.
And that investigation would include.
My guess, they going to say the police
It
messed up.
would,
Yeah, I mean that could be
include
the only thing.
interviewing anyone that is at scene.
They messed up
seeing if there's any
because there
type
was
of
there was
physical
violent evidence. They just didn't
of,
see it.
Altercation or depending.
Okay,
on
that's the best argument thus far.
the
Seize
story
the
that
day,
was
and I'm not
given,
saying
if
this
there's
as a judgment on you,
corroboration of
but on the
that,
argument, I
see
guess
if
it's
there's
damage
any
control.
witnesses, kind of has
Yitgadal,
each
the
one's
Yitgadash,
different, but just doing a
that's
thorough
a sacrilege.
investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire.
Yeah, the officers already testified. This is
premises
nonsense.
And showed broken glass, spilled wine.
If.
And a number
She said if they showed this, but they didn't
No,
show it.
but the
So
question is,
it's-
salt wine does not
would
equal
the
a disturbance.
officers'
No.
obligations be then?
but they didn't see it anyway.
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough
Look it up,
evidence
up
there
to the left,
from,
up to the
from
right.
these witness statements and the things
Oh,
that they're
man.
seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
Crime?
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim?
No
reported
discretion.
to a domestic
No discretion.
Violence call. And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand.
She's befuddled too. She's
is
like,
to make
what
a
are you
determination
asking?
Hell are you
of
asking me?
That the police, the LAPD,
Elaine confuses everyone.
you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Yes.
And let me ask
Please
you just
just
a little bit
end this. We have to.
differently. In making the determination.
It's a
of
long
whether
20
to
minutes.
Create an incident report. What, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and guess what I'm trying to say? I mean, the purpose we have to think about that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents.
Like
Because
Ian
we know
Runkle
with
is on the
domestic
verge of
violence,
100,000
there's
subs.
usually a series
Oh, he's over. He's
of
done. He's over.
incidents
I was going to say, you
that
should be
not all
there.
of those are
All right,
crimes.
awesome.
So
Everybody's going nuts. Nick's at 400K. Emily's at 400K.
It's
Nate's at
magnificent.
200K. Alita's at 205K or so. I'm at 30 something.
At some point, well, you got to get in on the law too. At some point, media is going to come after everybody because the aggregate has more viewership.
Oh, they have already. Guardian's going after the law too.
The future people know that this happened.
Huh.
Thank you.
Go to
Ladies
lunch.
and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time.
Oh my
Again, do
God.
not do any outside
Oh my
research. Do not
gosh.
discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back in an hour.
In an hour, so we got some. Oh, I gotta get these off. Eric. Oh, let's just see what
David.
happens. Let's see what happens as they leave. Anything good? Oh, that's Runkle right there. Ian Runkle's in the back.
Yeah, you can see his glorious hair. There's a Getty image of him because he was sitting there and Whitney Hurd was on the end. And you know that face of, there's a picture going around where she just looks so angry at Amber on the stand. You can see Ian right behind her. And it's a Getty image. So he's immortal.
I'm gonna see if I can get Runkle in over the break. Hold on. Let me get No, I sent it to you already. So let me get it for my sent items. We'll see. Okay, so we're all just in case anything happens, I'll leave that screen up for a few seconds. And now we can move on to some other
Let's see if it's fun. Oh, he had sent the phone with him, I bet.
Copy. Runkle. DMs. Me and Ian are like this. Here we go. Boom. If you want to pop on and talk about your impressions of the jury and the experience in general, period, we're live. So, Eric, let's just freedom! Get this out of here. I'll remove this.
Yeah.
Eric, what's new with you?
I'm here. I was out of town for a few days in the middle of West Virginia,
What were
in
you
the
doing?
woods with no internet. Turns out we were solving a 1,000-piece puzzle over 10 hours because it was raining all freaking day and we couldn't go and do anything. So it was a complete waste.
That was with you and your wife.
Correct.
I'm not going to say that putting a 1,000-piece puzzle together is the last thing on earth I would do, but it's right up there. I think I'd rather go to the dentist than do that.
I'll tell you what, David, go ahead and put yourself out there. Have no internet, no communication.
Any lake? No lake?
It was raining, dude.
Yeah, I'd go. I'd be fishing. I'd be fishing so long as. Oh, yeah.
All
So
right.
were you in the Blue Ridge Mountains, Eric?
possibly. It was the Appalachians. I don't know if it was. It's further west from Blue Ridge, I believe.
Yeah, man. Okay, so Eric. Okay, look for tonight's discussion with Larry Sanger.
Yes, he
Tell
was the
me-
technical guy behind Wikipedia. You had Jimmy Wales, and then Larry, I believe, is like the programmer who built everything. And within like 2 or 3 years, or just a few years, he left Wikipedia, partly because he saw which way it was going. And he has a competitive online encyclopedia. I forgot the name of it, but he does have another one, which is a bit more to the tradition of Wikipedia.
Chat, what is the name of Larry Sanger's competitive competitive website? I'm gonna pick Eric's brain right now and get some of my. Hold on, why am I? This thing
It's the encyclosphere.
It's not quite. So, and what is it? Where did the term wiki even come from? What you have Wikipedia, WikiLeaks, FanWiki.
Yeah, wiki is it was a technology where people could contribute to. I'm not really deep into it, but it's essentially people could contribute to this format in order to build another object, and Wikipedia just became the biggest one going out of it. But it's like the type of technology. You have XML, you have different things. Wikipedia is just a kind of an open source bulletin boardy type of system.
Okay, so he was a technical guy. So he didn't get like filthy rich off of his contribution to Wikipedia.
No, I don't think so. Not at all.
Hmm.
Neither did Jimmy Wales. I can criticize Wikipedia all day, but Jimmy Wales hasn't gotten really rich either, and he could have.
Well, how what they could have sold it to?
Right, they're 100% donation based, and you're not making a lot of money with people donating, and you're having a telethon every year, essentially begging, "Can you donate to keep our doors open?"
I'll never donate to them. It's funny because I remember back in as it came about, in school, the question became whether or not Wikipedia could be a legitimate source for citation, and at one point it was. Now it's like
that's because here's the problem. When it was truly open source, you had the wisdom of crowds, and they battled each other out. Kind of like an example. Have you ever read the wisdom of crowds or anything, or looked at those gumball machines where they say how many gumballs are inside the jar?
Yeah.
Well, if you take the aggregate of everybody's guess and you average it out, the number is usually within like 1 or 2. It's scarily accurate when you take everybody. Well, Wikipedia was based on that, but now they promoted like senior editors. They're all woke, and they shut down any dissent below. So their own opinions are slipping in, and they're not going by the principle of this is an open medium, and I'm going to just flat out say what they are. A good example is they wouldn't say Rush Limbaugh is a radio personality. They would say Rush Limbaugh is a far right if they're being nice, or fascist if they're being normal. And that's really part of the problem. And you're seeing it seep into everything. Like, have you noticed every article you read, you're just seeing colorations? It's like there's editorializing in everything, and they're doing it in Wikipedia now.
Let's just go pull up one.
How about David Freiheit? Let's look at that one.
Yeah, I won't do this with Larry. Let's just pull up David Freiheit. I don't know when the last time it was updated. David Freiheit Wiki. Hold on. Let's get this. I want to remove. No, not add to stream. Remove from stream. Go over here. Wiki. Where is the Wikipedia?
You and those wits.
Here it is. Here's the Wiki. Oh, the David Freiheit Wiki. So let's just see if I go to it now. I open it up. You see this, Eric?
Yeah.
I go to the bottom. Let's see when it was last updated. How do you see that?
Scroll to the top.
Scroll to the top.
And I think it might be under updated April 11th. It's over on the right under Creator Awards.
Updated. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Okay. So we're in a Wikipedia entry thing. I'm going to just keep doing this to make everyone nauseous. Here we go. So what sort of things? You see this neutrality of this section is disputed.
Yes. So go to the top page.
Click here.
Yep.
So
there's a tab too. It's the same thing.
We go here. When did the Jewish family come in here? That was new.
4 and 5. So go look below because they footnoted it.
Retrieved April 22nd.
There you go. Go ahead and click that number 4. Always follows. Oh, deceptive. Oh, they're saying that your site is deceptive. Nice.
Freiheitslegal.com. Well, hold on. How do I continue? This is interesting. Back to safety. No, thank you.
Hit details.
Details.
And then go to visit the unsafe site.
No. Okay, that's funny. So you know what? That might not be this might be more my computer guy than Wikipedia.
Go ahead and hit your backs delete.
Yeah,
key
no,
on
I'm being
okay.
blocked from my own website. That's ironic. Okay.
Oh, here you go. Number
Eric,
5.
Not you, Eric. My computer guy will have to figure that out.
Scroll down.
Okay.
Number 5 too. Go down
5.
to the footnotes. Number 5 was saying why this Jewish.
Oh,
YouTube
that
star.
will. Yeah. See, I did this interview for the Canadian Jewish News, and I mean, I appreciate it's the Canadian Jewish News, and I appreciate the angle because people, the Canadian Jewish News, for one, still think that the People's Party of Canada is some extremist, anti-Semitic political party. Why would a Westmount Jewish boy run with the PPC? Okay. Oh, by the way, if you want to go see what a quasi-hit piece looks like, here, I'll link this in the chat. This is funny.
Oh,
Okay,
is
boom.
that your academic one?
No, this is the one. This is the one where there's a 15-minute video because we did an interview. People should watch it. So you see how people want to frame things when they don't like. Okay, setting that aside.
So if you go to the talk tab on the top.
Talk tab at the top.
Yeah. Next
Talk.
article, you have talk.
Okay.
Go left.
This is public for everybody.
No. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Hold on. No, go back to it.
Maybe I have to go to the talk under this particular section.
It's not sure. I'm wondering if it's because you're an incognito.
Okay.
Here you go. Here you go. Scroll down. You got to see some arguing with them. Yeah, here we go. Political views. And they like to say that you're definitely a
Michael
far
Flynn
right
is innocent and was severely abused by a far left activist. When a prosecutor comes before a judge and seeks the dismissal of the case, it's not the judge's place to step in. Oh, this is someone saying this. This is not anything I specifically said because I didn't say that.
No, they're arguing over you. See, here we go. Go into political views. I totally agree. Viva is extreme hard right. His streams consist of non-stop flows of fake news, conspiracy theories, and lies. The page is not accurate in the current state. And then they're arguing back against it. Somebody flagged it, trying to say that your bots are trying to change the page.
I have bots?
That's their claim, but
inaccurate description of his roles and views.
Oh, Stephen Britton. I've seen him in the chat.
Where do you see that? Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay, interesting.
Huh.
This section in Freiheit's page on his political views is the most neutral of any Wikipedia entry I have read, specifically because it lacks any statements classifying Freiheit as left or right. Whoever is critiquing Freiheit's views as far right and disrupting the neutrality of the section of the page is engaging in confession through projection. Oh, Steve, I like. Let me see this. This is this guy saying it again. It's Truthbuster.
Truthbuster doesn't like you.
Conspiracy theory spreads disinformation. That spreads disinformation, eh? Mm-hmm. It's funny.
And yeah, here's the repeated vandalism. Please lock. This is where they're griping.
Who said this now? Who said repeat vandalism?
Well, it's the next section. Look down.
Okay, fine. What does please lock mean? Who are they asking to lock?
They're asking Wikipedia to lock your page because people are trying to say, no, that's not right. So it's going against the narrative.
And now, is it okay? This is an article that's been repeated that make outlandish and frankly laughable claims trying to push his point of view. I therefore request for the time being this article be locked from all edits. Is this good or bad for me?
Well, if you're satisfied with the article in the state it's in right now, lock might be good because you know that Truthbuster is going to try to squeeze anything in there. Here we go. PPC is to the right of the already right wing. CPC.
Of the already right wing conservative party.
There you go.
My goodness. Just because Wikipedia classifies someone as far right doesn't make it true. Okay, so that's interesting. And now, so it's like this because who appoints these senior editors to Wikipedia?
they become that way. There's some people who have talked about it, other editors, like one or two who are out there saying we got to stop this garbage. But Larry Singer may be able to answer that question because he's on the forefront of everything that's wrong with Wikipedia, and this is it.
Okay. All right, very interesting. Eric, what's going on with the Elon Musk?
I'm not sure exactly what's happening, and because it's Elon, that's always going to put a bit of a veneer on it because he maneuvers. But essentially, he's pushed on Twitter saying, you released a report saying that only 5% or less of your users are bots. And I think that's false. And it came off of, I guess there was a report on Joe Biden that 50% or over 50% of his followers were bots or sock accounts. And so Elon Musk determined that, there's X number of users on Twitter that just Biden's alone would be more than 5%. And therefore they misreported. And he's saying the whole deal is being held off, or he's holding off the whole deal until they can prove what they said. And now Twitter has come back and they said, no way. You must bias. You must bias. You've got to bias now. So I don't know what's going on. It's kind of hilarious because remember they were trying to poison pill and stop him. And then now they're like, oh, no, you have to bias. You have to bias. So I don't know if it's a big reverse psychology game or what exactly is happening. He may literally just be squeezing $1 billion onto a discount.
How do I
grab this link and then go to archive.ph and paste the link?
Archive.ph.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then paste the link of what you're trying to reach on
the. Okay, I want to see the argument. This page was last archived 48 minutes ago. So close.
Yeah.
All right.
Look,
this I want to hear.
See it. You're
why
welcome.
Why they believe that if Elon Musk walks away from his $44 billion Twitter deal, he could face a legal nightmare. Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear this spin. Elon Musk is griping about Twitter bots, but calling off the deal would carry a $1 billion fee.
Yes.
Unless it's for cause, which I suspect.
If it's fraud, yes. If they were just
bitter litigation, yada yada. M&A contracts have become more ironclad during the pandemic and harder to break, experts say. Yeah, unless there's material misrepresentations or failure to disclose in the context of a due diligence.
Then it would be falsifying. But they're claiming, I think they're saying that he didn't require that in his contract or something.
Bull crap.
So or they didn't require full disclosure or something.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
prove to me the company's worth what the price is before we move forward. Let's see this. Elon tweeted this month that the $44 billion deal temporarily on hold. Okay, fine. But if Musk's balking threatens to radically remake or wreck the deal, Twitter can ask the courts to bring him in line. Legal experts told Insider. Under the terms of the deal, yada yada yada, Musk and Twitter agreed to resolve any disputes in Delaware. The go-to fine. They agree to resolve the disputes in Delaware, the go-to venue for, notoriously business-friendly. Yeah, which side of the business? They're both businesses.
Now, what was that guy from Delaware? He was a senator there. You might have heard of him. He might be in the White House.
Biden?
Yeah.
Oh, I see where you're going. Just putting the dots out there, Eric. Like you.
I don't connect the dots. Okay, Mark and I just find the dots. You can connect them.
Listen to this. The short answer is he'll be sued. Yeah. Oh, Karen. Of course, Karen. No one said otherwise. The only question is, he'll be sued. Will he win? And will the lawsuit actually cost Twitter even more if they decide to do it?
So and then he can come back in and buy him cheaper.
Well,
it's interesting.
Can you imagine that they're going to sue him and say, "Look, you're buying it. You agreed to. You didn't open your books. Oh, you didn't ask us to open. You didn't ask us to open that page of the books."
Right.
If Elon were to back out, Twitter has two main avenues for litigation. I love how they're just relying on. I mean, not that I'm any better than a random lawyer, but I'd like to. Did she read the transaction documents, the letter of intent or the memorandum, whatever you want to call it? The company could either sue Musk for the $1 billion termination fee set out in the terms of the deal, or it could sue him to force the deal through anyway. In that scenario, Twitter would ask a court to enforce what's known as specific performance. Okay, this is 101 law clause in a deal that requires, when you can force specific performance, when it's simple as buy something at a price, yes. Does anyone believe that there were no terms in this deal that said you got to open your books and all of your books. I'm not buying a company that I don't know what's in one chapter of this book. Twitter, a representative for Twitter declined to comment. That's a good sign. Musk did not immediately respond to a request for comment. M&A contracts are generally designed to insulate parties from the risk of the other side backing out. They're also intended to protect one side from the risk that the other side has misrepresented the asset being sold. These kinds of contracts have tightened up after a slew of event cancellations during the pandemic tested the strength of force majeure clause. We're not in force majeure. We're in failure to disclose contractual obligations.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, here's the funny thing is that, okay, there's so many ways this could go. It's hilarious. Like, let's say he pays $1 billion, but then you know what this is going to do to Twitter's value? It's dropping like a rock anyway.
Absolutely.
So he can gut the whole thing. He's already in bed with Peter Thiel. And you know who also is part of the PayPal mafia, right? Elon Musk, Peter Thiel. Who's the third guy who was in the PayPal mafia? Jack Dorsey.
Damn it. I was going to say that.
I know you were. I'm sorry to step on you. Anyway, but Jack Dorsey, dude. So that was Musk's leak. That's how Musk knows everything. I'm telling you.
Well, and they were just discussing, either messaging each other or discussing. The article is so I'm going to say this, it's juvenile in the law side of it, because they're basically saying, yeah, the force majeure claims under the pandemic were the big issue. Can you back out because you've had to shut down your business because of government policy, government dictate? This is the 101 of any merger and acquisition. When we did, I mean, and by the way, I've dabbled in corporate law. I've done due diligences at the corporate level. They literally, they open up a due diligence room. They have everything, physical, digital, and they pay stagiaires to go through all the contracts. They pay stagiaires and lawyers to review it to make sure everything's copacetic. And
isn't that part of the actual terms that it's like, assuming all is correct and forthcoming, we are doing this deal, or some language of that sort, saying, if everything is as it says, this is done.
Yep. And it's a known issue. And they're going to say, we're going to force you to buy it without providing the documentation, unless Twitter's argument is, we've provided you the documentation that show the fake accounts are under 5%. And if you don't believe it, too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt it would be that. I doubt it would be that easy. Viva, if you want to know about disclosure, then look up the scene from Breaking Bad where Jesse buys his aunt's house from his parents and Saul wrecks them over disclosure. I don't know. It's like, first of all, fraud vitiates everything. You cannot even include a provision that says you will hold us harmless for acts of our own fraud. You can't do it. So now I doubt they had a provision that says, and it's not buying it as is. Like if you say buy it as is, you're happy with what you've seen. That's another issue. Does anyone believe that Elon agreed to buy this as is? Anyhow.
No, he's too slippery. I mean, look at how everything he's done has been a maneuver. That's why I'm the first to say I don't quite know what his angle is. I will credit him saying that he's 3 steps ahead of me any bit of the way, and I'm just kind of chasing along, going, I wonder if he's doing this or that.
Yeah, but this is one. Let's see, Mike Bruno. DE has corporate taxes, no sales tax. Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
No,
well, Florida doesn't have a sales tax either. So
Florida doesn't have a sales tax. It could be. No, it doesn't. And it doesn't have a state tax. Yeah. Eric, what kind of shirt are you wearing, sir?
Oh,
booyah! hold on. Let me take a picture of this one.
Representing. There we go.
I think we forgot about this one. Okay. No, there's no question that Business Insider article to put the headline up, he could be forced to buy it. Yeah, in theory, if Twitter has satisfied all of its obligations under the disclosures, due diligence, and whatever, I doubt they have. And by Parag Agrawal's, what's his last name? It's clear they haven't. So good luck suing to compel specific execution when you haven't satisfied your own obligations.
Well, it's a snake pit too. It's funny because seeing everything that's going on now, you realize, remember the Joe Rogan interview with Tim Pool and Jack Dorsey and his lawyer?
His lawyer, the lawyer.
Who, his $13 million a year lawyer or whatever it is, which is very weird. I think Dorsey was hostage at the company.
Someone just said, I brought up the chat. Now we know why Dorsey left. He remember when, hold on, let me get that picture. A picture's worth 1,000 words. Because I remember the jokes at the time. Let me just get why Elon can't just walk away from his deal. Thanks for the lesson, Business Insider. Jack Dorsey. Oh, let's just see. Castaway. I think that's what the joke was at the time. There you go. The images are coming up. Hold on. Share. People were making jokes at the time that Jack Dorsey, when he showed up for one of those,
he was looking continuously weirder.
It legit looked like,
yes,
Twitter users mock CEO Jack Dorsey's unkempt beard. I'll just say this: it wasn't the unkempt beard; it's the backdrop. It's his gaunt face. It's his eyes look a little. People said at the time he looks like he's stranded on an island or being held hostage.
It looks like he hung out with Joe Rogan a little longer and did a little of the DMT. That's what I would say.
Oh man. But the funny thing is, like, people were saying it at the time. It looks like he's being held hostage, and like, it might make sense now that he wanted out for a long time.
I think so. I think so because you know, like I said, the interview was confusing because he seemed to be almost open to things like free speech or whatever, and then the lawyer would just step in, boom, 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 on everything. And looking back at it with, more recent knowledge, it's like, oh, he was held hostage in his own company. Because remember, it was Jack Dorsey, I think Ev Williams, and then Ev was fired and Dorsey is fired and it was like back and forth and back and forth. And Dorsey kind of just like off to the side building square. I think that, one of the Twitter used to be an FBI lawyer. I would not doubt that.
You know what's amazing now? It does make sense. Kierkegaard, man, life only makes sense backwards, but has to be lived forwards.
Yes.
Not Elon, sorry. Joe Rogan took a lot of flack from his interview with his first one with Jack Dorsey, where everyone said you're too nice on him, you didn't press him, and he said we're just friends, we're just having a conversation. Joe Rogan, I don't know him, but I do presume he would not have friends who espouse radically opposing views to what he believes in free speech. And all these things. So why would he be friends with Elon Musk if Elon Musk were, like those undercover guys at Twitter making fun of people with Asperger's and talking about, loving communism type thing?
Of which Elon has Asperger's. So yeah, not nicely played, guys.
I didn't. Is that confirmed?
Yes.
Did he confirm?
As a matter of fact, he said, "I am the first host of Saturday Night Live with Asperger's."
I knew people said it. I always thought it was something of a...
No. He claims it. He said, I have Asperger's. He's standing up for the community of people who have it. So it's doubly not funny that they're making fun of people with Asperger's. That they're saying, look at who's buying us. It's pretty despicable. By the way, these are all woke people, mind you. They're the same ones who will say Uncle Tom and other, racist terms and things like that. If it's somebody they don't like.
They'll call everyone the ist and phobe and ism and whatever, and then behind closed doors are making fun of people with conditions. By the way, I believe Nom Nom Yum, Viva and Barnes should go on Joe Rogan, and Viva Fry, you should go on Joe Rogan someday.
I guarantee if he gets an invite, he would buy a plane ticket the same day.
Dude, I would bike there if I couldn't fly. I would run. It would be like Viva travels across the country, and it'd be like Forrest Gump.
You'll have the beard and everything.
Is no longer a valid diagnosis. No, I don't think that's true. In fact, I have
two S's on that.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'm an idiot. People, what's my problem? I've been red pilled. I mean, that's some people have said I've been black pilled. I'm not sure that I'm black pilled.
Oh, go for the white pill. There are too many pills. It used to be blue pill, red pill, and call it a day. And then the co-creators of the Matrix had to go completely woke and become trans, which is just so weird. So the brothers became sisters, and it's one of those that real life just makes a mockery out of fiction.
I'd go on Jimmy Dore, by the way. Also, just so I'd go on Jimmy Dore. There's a few people who would be qualified as left that I wouldn't go on because I think
Pac-Man.
I don't know. No, I'm not. You know what? I can only think of one who I think would. I won't even mention names, but I'd go on the Young Turks. Oh, God,
that would be funny.
That would be funny. It'd be great.
That would be great.
So by the way, out there, Elon Musk, they can try to sue him to force the sale. I think that would be, it would be strategically terrible on all fronts. Their hands are not clean, and it would tank the price. It would give Elon a double cause of action against Twitter. Imagine they're going to take an action to unlawfully compel him to close a deal despite their default, tank the price, and Elon owns, what is he on, $4 billion worth of stock?
And he could just stall it. How long could he keep them tied up in courts where then they couldn't sell, they couldn't do anything because they've frozen the whole company in a legal action? It would be like a beautiful hairball, and he could ride that out for 5 years or more.
Oh, man. And then, oh, wow. Yeah, no, it'll be great. All right, Sussman. What time is it? How much time do we have?
I actually got to head out.
You have a real job, Eric, correct?
Yeah, and there's this thing about if I appear on YouTube during the workday, it could be a problem.
Well, and we will not. Everybody should appreciate this. And I've had this discussion with people. I said, "Can we come on? Can I come on the weekend? Because if I come on during the week, employer could get mad." I said, "Well, come on during lunch," and they said, "No, it's still too close to call." So everyone should appreciate this. Eric,
thank you.
Oh wait, no, hold on. Plug your stuff before you leave.
Eric Hunley. If you guys, well, I know half of you hate the trial that's going on right now, but I just did a slew of body language stuff with some great people on Amber Heard and her craziness. So Eric Hunley, and then America's Untold Stories. I highly, highly recommend. We have Barnes coming on there every month now on the first Friday of every month. Only it'll be the last Friday of this month. So Barnes will actually be on a week from tomorrow on America's Untold Stories too. So
beautiful.
Check those out if you don't mind.
All right, man. Thank you for coming in. See you soon.
Thank you, sir.
Remove. Okay, good. And what time did they break? It's 1:12. Oh, speaking of doctors, we might have a good one that we're going to have to do exclusively on Rumble because YouTube. I just got a notification on Viva Clips that a video that I've had up for 9 months has a problem. The video's been up for 9 months, and I'm just going to go back and see if it wasn't actually monetized. I think it was, but I don't think it was done after manual review because I don't think I was monetizing the channel back in the day. 9 months after a video's been up without a problem, I get an email notification on Viva Clips. Load of crap. What was I saying that in respect of? Oh, the doctor. So yeah, we might have a very good doctor. I'm not saying a very good doctor. Very intriguing, interesting doctors that we would do exclusively either via locals or via locals and Rumble. Yeah, Eric, you run some great shows, Hunley. He's amazing. Hunley was my one of the first podcasts I did. I was convinced in my irrational, what's the word I'm looking for? Neurotic heart of hearts that Eric worked with intelligence and was trying to get me in trouble. Not get me in trouble. Because when I looked at Eric's channel at the time, all I saw were interviews with FBI agents. I was like, is this guy intelligence? Not intelligent, because he is immensely, but is he actual intelligence? One would make him smart. The other would make him extremely likely to be corrupt and scary to me. Viva, you showed video of an anatomic family. No, but you know what the ultimate irony is? It was an interview with a Canadian veteran during my political campaign. And as I filed an appeal, and I will bring them up on chat later today because it was an interview with an actual Canadian war veteran during my political run. And I'll be damned if this crap is going to stand with anyhow. Okay, Jordan Peterson, absolutely. You know, I could probably even try to make that happen sooner than later. The only question is whether or not I look too crazy, even for those who are eccentric by social media standards. Still not cutting the hair. Where is my See, I had it in a. Let's get back in focus. I had it in a samurai ponytail last night, which means that today it's too straight. All right, let's just do some Sussman. Actually, let's say Sussman. Have I pulled up the article? There were a couple of articles. One was highlighting the disparate treatment between Sussman and Flynn, who are accused of the same things, but getting rather different treatment by the court system. But first, Jack Posobiec always has the bestest of tweets. Oh, nerds! Why did I do that? There we go. It was Posobiec who retweeted this saw that I saw it. Listen to this.
The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
Oh.
Iraq. Anyway.
Oh my God.
75.
Sorry, I just missed what he just said there.
Here's the result is an absence of checks
I got to
and
hear that again.
balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Iraq. Anyway. 75. Iraq. Anyway. Iraq. Anyway.
He even said Iraq too after the Freudian slip. He made the Freudian slip and then took himself back. And then he goes, Iraq too. That's what he said under his breath, unless I misunderstood.
Of Ukraine. Iraq. Anyway.
Iraq too. Am I misunderstanding that, people, or is that not precisely what he said? And by the way, George W. Bush, my dad is going to be 80 in December. They say, out of the mouth of babes comes the truth. Children and old people speak the truth, on the one hand, because they don't know that you should lie, and on the other hand, they don't give a sweet bugger all anymore. That's what he said. He said Iraq too, even after the Freudian slip. Wow. All right, a little afternoon humor for everybody. Of the most tragic order. Let's all laugh about 250,000 dead Iraqi civilians in a war that was looking for that which we had expert intelligence reports existed, which, whoops, my bad. Those things weren't actually there. I want to get an article. I want to get the article in Sussman. And the individual who sent it to me knows who he is, and I thank you very much for all of this. And now I can't find it. There it is. Okay. Copy link. Iraq 2. Sorry. But yeah, let's go after let's talk about war crimes for everyone else except for people who now basically admit to having committed them. The Hill. So take it with a grain of salt if you don't like The Hill. Tale of Two Trials, how Sussman is receiving every consideration denied to Flynn. Might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but he's, okay, because they've made a request of Sussman's counsel. Won't go into the details that we went into yesterday. Later, thank you. Sussman being accused of having made a false statement to the FBI as relates to the PP dossier white papers that he was working with the Hillary Clinton campaign in drafting, researching, providing. He then met with the FBI to give them these reports to say, I think there's some weird stuff going on between a server at the Trump campaign and Russia. You should look into it. And they said, who are you here for, a client or as a concerned citizen? And he said, concerned citizen, even though everybody knew that Sussman was a lawyer, was the Hillary Clinton lawyer, had been involved with the FBI and intelligence in the alleged DNC server hack. But the FBI believed him then when he said he was there as a concerned citizen, not representing a client. And then he went back and billed Hillary Clinton for the meeting with the FBI. No joke. We went over the indictment yesterday. Apparently, the defense team has made a motion for a mistrial. And we'll get to that because I got to pull that up. I'm not even sure I understand the details on what the mistrial would be. But the criminal trial of Clinton campaign lawyer Michael Sussman began this week with a telling warning from prosecutors to the DC jury. Whatever your political views might be, they cannot be brought to your decisions. Yeah, right. All right. Okay. That's good. You've warned them. Now they just have to do it. The opening statement by Deborah Britton Shaw reflected the curious profile of the Sussman case. Prosecutors ordinarily have a massive advantage with juries despite the presumption of innocence. When pleas are counted, federal prosecutors can report. This is amazing, by the way. There's nothing bizarre. There's nothing North Korean about when pleas are counted. Federal prosecutors can report as high as a 95% conviction rate. 95% conviction rates. However, with Sussman, prosecutors clearly have concerns over whether they... Oh, get out of there. will get a fair trial. Sussman's trial for allegedly lying to the FBI, yada, yada, yada. I should probably read that. Sussman's trial for allegedly lying to the FBI is being heard in the same district of Columbia Federal Courthouse where former Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and others faced the very same charge brought by another special counsel. The cases, however, could not be more different. Whereas, I mean, we remember, by the way, that I'm accused of being conspiracy theorist for having issues with what occurred during the Michael Flynn persecution, as I called it. And I came around full circle on that because I started off to my own ignorance. I started off in that case thinking Michael Flynn was guilty. He pleaded guilty. That's what he pleaded guilty twice. That's what everybody said. That's what all the media said. He pleaded guilty twice. Why are they even having? Why is this even going on? I did not know that he pleaded guilty to a judge who was conflicted out of the file and therefore not even lawfully entitled to receive the guilty plea. I had no idea that he had pleaded guilty in the absence of requisite disclosures by the prosecution, exculpatory disclosures. I mean, the fact that people plead guilty might just be that they get steamrolled into pleading guilty. I had no idea that this guy he pleaded guilty, and there were material failures to comply with disclosures, exculpatory disclosures. Sussman charged under Section 1801, Section 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 with lying to FBI during a meeting. Okay, we've talked about this. Where are we going to get to? Oh, yeah, here we go. It's the jury selection, which we've talked about as well. Looking at the jury box, one can understand Shaw's unease. During jury selection, one juror admitted he was a Clinton donor and could only promise to, quote, strive for impartiality as best I can. I don't have a problem with that. That shows some self-reflection. The Clinton donor, we talked about it yesterday, 91% of Washington voted Democrat. You can only presume that the majority of them are going to be Clinton. 90% of the jury pool, you follow the jury of your peers, they should be a certain political alignment, and you can only presume they've donated. Prosecutors objected to his being seated, but Judge Christopher Cooper overruled them. And then you got another one who donated to AOC, fine. Other jurors include a woman who said she thought she was a Clinton donor, but could not remember. A juror whose husband worked for the Clinton 2008 campaign, and a juror who believes the legal system is racist and police departments should be defunded. There's a reason why people of a certain political feather flock to Washington, D.C. together. But oh yeah, okay. All right, no. So we know this. I mean, there's nothing really new in here. Let's go to the motion for mistrial because that's an interesting development of the day. Sussman. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anybody in the chat, just in case Ian makes it in. Sussman mistrial. Judge slaps down mistrial request. I don't know that he slapped it down. He said he's not inclined to give it right now. Judge slaps down mistrial request by Clinton lawyer Sussman in Durham case. A federal judge has shot down a bid for a mistrial by attorney for Hillary Clinton campaign lawyer Michael Sussman that was sought after witness testimony revealed he may take the fifth at his trial for allegedly lying to FBI. Okay, I need to understand the nature of the request. U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper told Sussman's defense team and prosecutors he would deny the motion Thursday morning, but agreed to strike part of the testimony in question from the trial transcript. I need to make sure I understand this. Oh, I get it. I get it now. Okay, fine. This is interesting. This is what we saw in the Rittenhouse case. A witness testified that Michael Sussman might plead the fifth, take the fifth, not testify for self-incrimination during the trial. That act itself is protected. So you can't even allude to the fact that that a defendant might or has disclosed that he will take the fifth. And I think that we ran into something similar with Rittenhouse, where not Rottenborn, what's the other guy? Binger. You remember Binger said, got really mad at the lawyer. The judge got really mad at Binger because Binger brought up the fact that Rittenhouse had remained silent until deciding to testify in his own defense at the trial. And the judge really, really laid into Binger, said, don't you get brazen with me. That basically said you can't even raise the fact that he did not talk, that he took the fifth, did not make any public statements. So now in testimony, it seems someone revealed this, and it could be a violation of sorts, and Sussman wants a mistrial. Okay. Judge said, he's going to deny the motion, but agreed to strike part of the testimony in question from the transcript. Yeah, I guess, but the issue is like, I guess the damage is done if it's been heard by the jury. In their Wednesday night motion to strike, or alternatively for a mistrial, Sussman's attorneys said testimony under cross-examination by Mark Elias, the Clinton campaign's former general counsel, was, quote, non-responsive and prejudicial. So this is interesting. Am I traumatized by conspiracy that now if they're trying to invoke Mark Elias's testimony to get a mistrial for Sussman? Sussman's attorneys said testimony under cross-examination by Mark Elias, the Clinton campaign's former general counsel, was non-responsive and prejudicial. When asked by Sussman attorney Sean Berkowitz if the embattled lawyer passed information to the FBI on behalf of the Clinton campaign, Elias responded, "You'd have to ask Mr. Sussman." After Berkowitz ended his questioning, prosecutor Andrew DePhillips pressed Elias on the response and a series of queries to which Sussman's defense objected. In their motion, this is the motion to strike, attorneys argued that DePhillips' questions were improper and directly suggested to the jury that in order to answer a key question in this case, Mr. Sussman would need to testify. It's interesting. It really seems like they're picking on the response by Elias, commenting either directly or indirectly on a defendant's decision to testify or not testify is entirely improper, they argued. But it was Mark Elias's. It seems like it might be Mark Elias's response in part. Okay. Interesting. Barnes and I are going to talk about this. I know the limits of my own questioning, my own knowledge. I think Barnes is going to have a better take on this than me. In the motion, the defense asked Cooper to strike both Elias's answers and the prosecution's questions from the record or grant a mistrial. Cooper said Wednesday that he was not inclined, not slapping it down, not inclined to grant a mistrial for the mistrial, and told the attorneys to be prepared to question witnesses. So that was the drama from yesterday. So they have saved the drama for your mama because your writer is wrong. It's a Lonely Island song. Did you solve the case of the missing Fruity Red Bull? I have not, and it's driving me crazy. But I had a yerba mate today. Yeah, chat. It's interesting that the answer provided by Mark Elias, a Democrat lawyer, is being used as the basis to ask for a mistrial for Sussman, who's on trial, who's a Democrat lawyer as well. Elias is the Dems' top lawyer and smart. He done this on purpose for a mistrial. That's what I would think. People, we've reached out a new normal. Okay, I don't know exactly what that's into. Let's just say this. I'm not going to repeat it. I don't know him, but I do believe I know of him. Oh, hold on a second. Let's just see. Yerba mate is a healthier choice than the Red Bull. We need you to survive a long time. I'll stay with the yerba mate. What time is it? And is the trial back on? Let me make sure that I have it on the backdrop. So that's the drama from the Sussman trial yesterday. Again, I am not giving by any means as in-depth analysis as Watching the Watchers, Mark Gouveia, every night going through the transcript, which he receives the day of. I'm not bringing up some of these chats. Rittenhouse is becoming an attorney. That's definitely a good choice. Even if he just wants to go into politics afterwards. Sidebar, watch Johnny Depp trial live. Okay, I see it. We're still live back there. I'm going to bring it up into my backdrop just so we see it. Any questions in the chats? Let's do a little AMA, a time-killing AMA, or any questions that I haven't answered, or any subjects which might be of interest before we go into I'll remove that for the time being. Let's see here. Damn, I thought the mom haters left when Viva switched to Twitter stuff. The man haters. Oh, I don't know what that means. No, the funny thing is, like, everyone. Admittedly, the long streams are not for everybody. But for everybody complaining about, nobody's interested in Johnny Depp. When I talk about the Sussman stuff, Sussman's boring. Oh, the World Economic Forum. Everybody, it seems like people have what they find interesting, and anything else is boring and uninteresting. Invite Jimmy Dore, please. Jimmy Dore, please come on for a sidebar for an interview, or I will come on your show for an interview or a discussion. I would love it. Oh, I'm not live on Rumble, just to repeat it, because I can only set up one live stream in advance on Rumble, and we've got Larry Sanger, Wikipedia co-founder, tonight. YouTube, I can run another one. I can run another stream on YouTube, despite one being set up for the evening, so I couldn't do it as well on Rumble. I'm gonna have to ask Pavlovsky or the team to fix that, so we can do that. Dude, everything has carcinogens in it. Okay, let's see what we got. I love Viva, but the Depp trial is poison. You know what? Poison, at least, is I can agree with more easily than a total distraction. But it'll tell you how not to ask leading questions, how not to answer with hearsay. Have I cut fluoride from my diet? I don't know that fluoride's in my diet, except for if they put it in water in Montreal, which I'm not sure if they do. Why does Amber answer to the jury? That's a strategic thing. That's they prep the witness because you want to make a report. I've never done jury trials, because in Quebec and Canada, you don't. In Quebec, at the very least, I'm not sure about the rest of Canada, you don't have civil trials by jury anymore, and I'm pretty sure it's the same throughout Canada. And I never did criminal law, so I've never had a jury trial. Just what I know is that they do it. It's a question of style. If you never look at the jury, you're never going to make a rapport. You might look untrustworthy. They might, what's the word? Draw negative inferences. But if you look at the jury like a pervert, that they might draw negative inferences. If you make a little too much eye contact, it might look weird. You remember Gage Grosskreutz in his testimony asked the question, answer to the jury. It's prep. People can do it more authentically than others. I mean, to me, you're going to bounce around naturally between the judge, between the lawyer, between the jury anyhow. But no, she's obviously been prepped to look at the jury, try to look authentic, try to look sympathetic, try to look like a victim. She may be a victim, and even if she is, to try to look like one. She may not be the victim, and in which case, double important to look like one. But yeah, so that's it. Did I notice the vast amount of blinking Johnny Depp had going on during testimony? His blinking during his testimony, or his blinking during her testimony, or her blinking during his? But again, anyways, the blinking stuff, you read, if you watch enough of the behavior panel, if you watch enough of the behavior panel or the body language guys and gals, if you believe in that stuff, I've had the body language ghost on the channel way back in the day. If you're inclined to believe any of that stuff as actual behavioral science and not, guesswork, blinking in and of itself means nothing. Very few indications in and of themselves mean nothing if you don't compare them to the baseline of the individual that you're applying the behavior to, or you're trying to don't do what? This, ladies. Dimitri Martin, people. Who know if you don't know Dimitri Martin, go watch Dimitri Martin. Some of the best clean comedy out there. Even when he swears, it's clean. So that's it. Yeah, she's looking. I didn't notice Johnny Depp blinking. I did notice Johnny Depp. What is it called? Not swoons. He waxes poetic when he testifies, but you expect that from a pretentious actor. That being said, being pretentious and being believable are two different things. Being pretentious and being a total liar are also two different things. But I did have, like there's the Spidey who's doing the body language reading. And, he says, you got to get a baseline. You got to compare the behavior that you're looking at to the baseline of the individual. And my question is, how do you get a baseline of someone who's a professional actor? Once upon a time, back in the day, I did a breakdown of a guy from American Beauty. Kevin Spacey when he did that Christmas thing when he's cutting a turkey with a cup of coffee. And I did it was sort of a quasi-serious body language breakdown, and everyone's like, he's acting. You can't judge anything from an actor who's acting. But yeah. Viva is great on so many levels, but ego might be getting away with him. The heck does that even mean? I demand clarification, Judy. I want clarification on that. Can I say, as a former woman punched in the face by a man so hard I had to have surgery, I love it. No, I concur. Judy don't like the hair. Yeah, I think the one thing I lack is ego, but it's very egotistical for someone to say they lack ego. It requires a great deal of confidence for someone to say they lack ego. Okay, I'm joking. But Candy, if you want to, was it Candy or Judy? Elaborate anyhow. Okay, is this advert for eating dead cow meat again? I don't know, but now that you mention it, I might want to have a barbecue tonight. Okay, what do we got here? Forget about the blinking. What about the Macaulay Culkin double cheek pose when Amber admitted TMZ knew about the divorce? That was more egregious than George Bush, his Freudian slip. That was like, can I pull that up quickly enough? I don't know if I could pull that up quickly enough. If anybody can pull that up, because we were watching that live. Let me see if I can do it in a second. Viva Fry, I just scanned back to you reviewing your wiki and chuckled. Steven Crowder and Dave Landau did an analysis on Wikipedia's tactics for editing. Oh, we're going to do that analysis tonight when we have the co-founder Larry Sanger on. Live. I've always wondered, not if you could do, I wondered if it can be done. Not that anyone should ever do it. Full stop. Viva Fry. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I know exactly when it was. I'm gonna cough. Give me 30 seconds. Let me see if I can't pull this up. It was Meltdown continues. It was the day before yesterday. It was during her deposition. Okay, no, that was IO. That was IO. When did they replay her deposition? Here we go. Let me see if I can't. I got to play through an ad. What's up with these ads? If these YouTubers would just take out ads and do. Suddenly, blinking means something. I'm not sure who that's addressed to. Blinking means something compared to a baseline. Everything only means something compared to a baseline. If someone who speaks fast and is all over the place like me, who suddenly starts talking like this, I'd be suspicious of me. Have I gotten through that ad yet? Hold on. If we can see it in real time, we've got to. Oh, I can't even find the darn thing. Oh, for goodness sake. Now, oh no, it's right here. That's right. Okay. Okay, skip ad. We're going to find it. Okay, hold up. My goodness, another ad? No. Okay. Incognito window. Oh, you know what? No, never mind. I'll just put it on the... no, I'm going to put it on an incognito window. Okay, we're still not back at trial yet, so we can do this. Incognito, boom shakalaka.
I discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200 years. I've discovered through my research that these type of stories have an element of truth to them.
Oh, this is getting frustrating, people. This is where a producer could be useful. Skip ad. Okay, here we go. And I know I can play my own stuff back without getting a strike, so let's do this. I remember. Okay, while I do this, people, just bear with me, please. Very frustrating. Seem to have cut myself out of my own stream. No, I haven't. This is the scheduled stream for tonight. Holy cows, I'm totally lost, people. Okay, I'm still here. I got to the spot at least in that part. I got to the spot. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Oh,
Released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was.
it was right here. Hold on. How do I back it up? We covered a lawsuit that. Here, it's right here. How
Yeah,
do I
well, that
back
was
up?
2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
Right here.
To your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
TMZ is
gosh.
the same outlet that you released the
How do
video
I
of Mr.
back up
Depp
30
attacking the kitchen
seconds?
cabinets the day before this deposition was taken.
How do I back up?
To your filing.
How do I back up just 30 seconds? That's it.
Reach him
Here we go.
through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry.
Listen to this.
So that he finds out.
This is
about the
Inception,
divorce
people.
Filing,
Let's get a
my
comment here.
intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Whoa. Oops.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic
Can we watch that
violence
again,
restraining
actually?
order, didn't you?
That's
I disagree.
that's
That's not what I'm talking about.
and listen to how
TMZ is the
defensive
same
she gets right
outlet
there.
That you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ
How
was
do I
just
back it
lucky
up?
getting
The
inside
back
scoop to
arrow.
your
Where's the
divorce
back
from Mr.
arrow?
Depp, huh?
I have no idea.
What
It
is my major
that's not my
malfunction?
area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
She slapped her
And
own
also, what
face.
does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny,
How do I back
could-
up? I'm a total idiot. This is frustrating even for me. Let's just go back here. Sorry. Press play.
To your filing of the domestic violence.
Tell him.
Okay, last
I
time, people, and then we're
remember
going to close it down. I remember
Sending the text message that is in front of me right now to
the left arrow on
Jerry.
the keyboard.
Uh,
Oh, I'll
and
try that.
I would like, I remember sending this because
Sorry,
I
people.
wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online, but I had or was
I'm gonna
about
shut my
to
mouth now.
file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Oh
Whoa.
my goodness.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms.
Yes,
Heard?
you did.
Let it
Yes,
slip
you
out
did,
that
Amber.
TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
TMZ
gosh.
is
Listen to
the
how her
same
demeanor
outlet that
changes
you
right
released the
now.
video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before
what do you
this
think, Viva?
deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea.
Viva, say
Did they
something.
pay
Come
you
on,
for
man.
that?
I never got
Am I
paid for it
frozen?
because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
Hey, dude.
I have
say
no
something.
idea.
You
It
over
is
there.
That's
The
not
weird
my area of
headphones.
expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Wouldn't know how to
She
do that.
slapped her
And
own
also,
what
face.
does that get me? If I wanted
I
to
know,
leak
that's
things
crazy, eh,
about
Viva?
Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way.
I could have done.
For
What do you think
years
about that?
Not
and
when you
years.
were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tossa Van Rees.
Okay, anyway, that's where it's at, people. You saw it there. Amazing. I mean, not amazing in the sense that like that's cartoonish. That is cartoonish in its preposterous outrageousness. She literally said, "I didn't want to get it from TMZ." Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me bring up the other actual trial. I'm still looking at sic semper tyrannis. Yeah, that was. I mean, that's amazing stuff. she didn't lie because she had an explanation. She had an explanation for what she was talking about. It's Viva's all the way down. No, that you appreciate that. What does it prove? It doesn't prove that she was not the victim of domestic abuse. It does not prove that she's lying as relates to other allegations. What it does prove is that she leaked it to TMZ. And then she was also simultaneously complaining that the paparazzi was outside the courthouse when she came out for her DVRO. So it proves that she's a liar. It proves that she's a liar, and it proves that she's a schemer who is scheming in the exact same way she's accusing Johnny Depp of scheming. Remember, a vicious PR campaign. That's what they're going after with Adam Waldman. A vicious PR campaign, leaking it to the public to destroy her. When I think, I mean, unless I'm seeing things that are not there, unless I'm seeing things that's not there, she is scheming in the exact same way she's alleging Johnny Depp is scheming. And she outright slipped up in cartoonish, epic proportions. Okay, I think we're back. All right, Wiremouth, you disagree. Why do you disagree? I know you're limited by character in response, but why do you disagree? Do you not think she said something that she didn't mean to say as per the reaction? Like, do you think that she said something that she didn't want to say? That's the question. By the way, that is 5,000. That's probably like, let's say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's about $7,000 an hour right there that you're looking at. Aggregate. They both might be guilty as frig. The question is of what? Of what are they respectively guilty? Johnny's definitely guilty of having drug addiction problems. So yeah, of what are they both guilty? If it is, maybe he will. But I just want to know. It's like, because statements are nice, but facts are better. Write that down. Write that down now. Hold on. Jeez, I'm bothering someone with text messages today. Statements are nice, new paragraph, but facts are better. Okay. Guilty of the cool whip. No, but that's the issue. Is he guilty of having verbally berated? Let's just call it verbally abused Amber, swearing at her, calling her names. Yes. Had that been the allegation of the basis of the domestic violence, she would have had a much stronger case. Is he guilty of assaulting Amber Heard in a way that is straight out of American Psycho? The book. I don't think it was in the movie. Is he guilty of that? If not, well, then he might be guilty of something, but not that which is relevant for the purposes of this trial. Oh, okay. Good. Okay. My problem, it's nothing new. That's not new. You know, Ben Shapiro said facts don't care about your feelings, although I suspect the variation of that existed prior. It's a variation. Nothing new under the sun. I don't think I wish I were a Greek philosopher, because I don't know what life expectancy was back then. But I would have liked to have come up with a lot of these things and be the first person to have done it. I remember back when I was a kid, story time, until we go live at trial. There used to be this company called inventors.com. If anybody remembers the ad, it was like a Red Bull quality type ad, and it's a guy it's a caveman chipping away something. And I submitted my invention ideas to them. I had the idea for an invention of a filter.
Right. So, are we ready for the jury?
I called it the fisheye filter, and it was a filter that you would screw on over a standard 50mm lens to create fisheye distortion. Because I noticed as I glared through a cup, it distorted. It's like, geez, I don't have $1,000 for a fisheye lens. How about just a $50 screw-on fisheye filter? Didn't know it existed already. Wasted a lot of time in my life. Viva, when wanting to save your brilliant quotes, just use your voice recorder on your phone. You have an iPhone. I do. But then the government might get my ideas. I'm joking, by the way, people. I know they will. I had another idea of how to convert a canoe into a pontoon for people who aren't balanced. Then I realized very quickly that there could be some very serious structural
Your next
problems
witness?
in clamping anything to the gunnels of a canoe. Okay.
Okay.
Back to the trial. Viva's going to shut his face right now.
Schnell.
Thank you, sir.
When crapping in one's lover's bed, make sure the sheets are off. Thank you, nature lover. So who do we have now? Oh, a witness on the stand. We have a person on the stand.
All right.
Drinking
Please
carbonated
introduce yourself
water.
to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your
Interesting.
educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
We've gotten the Doogie Howser of
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system.
Did he mention what type of expert he is yet?
Which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
Means what year?
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
I have no idea what this guy's talking about.
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
Which one?
What was the name of that startup company?
It's called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, MAIL. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
And what'd you do after that?
This guy's got to be worth
after that,
a fair
I,
bit.
Ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in US history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at
What was his first name,
all of
people?
Microsoft's
Let's see if this guy's
documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master
His name was
powers
Schnell.
in those matters.
Schnell.
And
Depp.
you said you were in that
Trial.
position
Let's
for
see this
6.5 years.
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013. Is that right?
It was 11.
2011. Okay. And what did you do?
SCH.
What did you do in 2011?
Looks like SCHNELL.
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay. And that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
Ronald
And
Schnell.
what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
Let's just
So
see
I
this.
do all sorts of things. I
Ronald.
generally I consult.
SCH.
I do software projects and
Net
manage software projects and
worth.
architect them. But I also do things like this where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
So it says estimated net worth
have you taught
5
any
million.
courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
This dude
And
works.
what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system
Well,
environment.
he's established that he's a
Since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
seems to be a
And
successful
have you
entrepreneur.
published
Very
any
smart
scholarly
man.
articles?
Oh
Yes,
yes.
I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical
Okay.
or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been
Pulp
consulting
Fiction.
for litigation.
Best
Some of
movie of
them
all
are
time.
consulting for non-litigation.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones:
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work
Reddit.
is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously. But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including
40.
litigation, non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever
Your-
been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do
Your
you
Honor,
believe
I'd
that
li-
your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender
like-
Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks.
Voir dire is to challenge or test the expertise of the alleged expert before they're recognized by the court as an expert.
Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
This is
I'll sustain the
cross-examination.
objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come forward. That's fine.
Yeah, so basically, everybody, avoir dire, which is French for hear, say. Voir dire is hear, speak. Anyway, whatever. It's the voir dire. It's the test to establish an expert as an expert witness. And for those who don't know, expert witnesses are different than witnesses of fact in that they are there specifically and only to provide their opinion based on an assessment of the facts and not to testify to fact itself. Witnesses, regular witnesses, are only witnesses of fact and are not there to testify on their opinion. What's the origin of voir? Voir is see. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Voir dire. Voir is see. Dire is say. See, say. Let's get the exact origins of this while we have a few seconds here. Voir dire, just the exact origins. Voir dire meaning. Voir dire, a preliminary examination of a witness. Yeah, we know that to determine whether or not they're experts, but we want to go with etymology. Etymology, the study of language. Law, French, from Old French, voir true, dire say.
All right. So, Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No, you don't.
All right, then I'll move him in as an expert in statistical and forensic analysis of social media. Okay? Yes, sir, your question.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
Mr. Schnell.
So I was asked to do several things.
Such as?
Used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans.
Yeah,
initially,
I don't know that the jury's going to care about
2020
statistical analysis to determine reputational
2021.
damages. We'll see.
And analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
April 2020.
I understand
Filing of a
that,
lawsuit.
April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use 2 of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts
is
API,
hearsay.
and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag.
How is the opinion based on? They're going to try to determine.
It may not be obvious why you need
Either
to do this, but if you just do a search on
traffic
Twitter
for Amber
itself,
Heard after the
it's
article
not
to
going
determine
return
damages.
everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And by the way, people, I'm going to
And
have to check out early
you
to go
mentioned
pick up the
hashtags.
kids.
I know
In which
a lot
case,
of people
everybody
know
can
what
go over
those
to
are, but
Rakeda,
those who don't know
Alida,
what's a hashtag.
Emily Baker.
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
This expert
And,
reminds me of
did
Eric from
you,
Billy Madison.
Choose particular hashtags to search for.
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags
shoot,
to
hold on 1 second.
use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found
define
that,
negative, sir.
a super majority of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis
Ne-
find
negative
regarding
is not a
negative
fact.
hashtags
That's-
about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020?
Can you
until
objection? Can you
January
define
2022?
negative hashtags, please?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative.
Can we hear
towards
them?
Ms. Heard, but when I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did 2 of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
I know,
And
because
in
it's
your experience,
hashtag Team
is
Amber.
2,000
Is
tweets a
Team
negative
Depp
sample?
a negative?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative?
I need to see the negative hashtags.
which
I mean, I
is
had
the
no
fifth
doubt.
page of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's expert designation. Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month. Of each,
I hope he reads the
of each 2
hashtags.
years. Yeah, 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you
What
want
does
it to be?
Schnell
If
mean
I
in
could get
German?
one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just.
Okay, can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Schnell is German
Do you know
in
if that's the
English.
last, can we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way.
It means
it's not-
fast.
Can we just make it
Oh,
1900?
that makes
Okay.
sense from
1900
movies that
it
I've
is. Any
seen.
objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
Schnell. Okay, so it means fast in German.
And is this the chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
Stop it! I want
Yes.
to see the hashtags.
And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right,
Oh, come on. One of them is we just
first,
don't
let's
like
scroll
Amber
over to the
Heard.
left
Give me
here.
a
I
break if
apologize.
that's negative.
you see in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the 4th one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018, frankly, to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right, the last 3 hashtags, which are highlighted, or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all 3 of those hashtags?
That's correct.
And the hashtags, If the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged defamatory statement was made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman?
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018. And then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
I can't keep taking my glasses off. Can people see
And
what these
if you go
hashtags are?
to
I saw one that said, I just don't like
November of
Amber Heard.
2020 for the hashtags related to Ms.
Can he
Depp.
audit all 50 states?
If you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
What is he going to try to
If we look at
get
the,
deduce from hashtags on
last
Twitter?
Hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater. What does that show in terms? What did your analysis find in terms of tweets without those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there. There are single digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And they're going to say that it
You know what
jumped up.
happened in November of 2020?
Well,
my understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this.
So they're going to argue that Johnny
can
caused
you
his own
put up,
damages by losing a lawsuit in the UK.
demonstrative 2, which will make 1901 if it.
Oh, you know, Amber has
identified
countersued for 100 million.
That's fine, 1901. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901 can be published.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
I concur with the person who said this is stupid.
What is being shown here?
This is stupid.
In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020.
It might prove psychological damage and whatever. It does not prove
and then in March of 2021.
Twitter does not determine
And the spike in February 2020,
justice for Assange.
that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
And do you recall at your deposition
You
being
can
asked
floss and watch at the same time.
that a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Yeah, the experts will always be allowed to answer
I
these
remember
questions.
questions regarding particular dates. Yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there
Overruled.
more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020, as it relates to misheard?
Right. If you look at the day by day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and
How have
you
they
can
not
see
told
that
us what the hashtags are
there's
for
a
impact?
spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So on April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
What terms were being used?
Oh, here we go. You use the worst one.
Hoax is certainly used in each of them.
A hoax is a negative tweet.
I think abuse hoax is used in one of them.
Abuse hoax
I don't
is
have it in
negative.
front of me, but
That sounds like
generally
someone's
speaking,
opinion.
In the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Okay.
Oh, so hoax is negative. Actually, here you go, people. Yeah,
What's being shown in the second
hoax.
page?
I thought it was going to be like
So this
death
is generally
too. That
this
would
is the
be
same
that would be
data as
negative.
the first one, but
Hoax.
I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better.
Sounds
And
like
even
not
though
just
they look
free
really
speech.
tiny
It sounds
in
like
the
critical
previous page, You can
assessment.
see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So
If I were this guy and I
this
were the
really-
lawyers, I would
this
have told him,
shows-
you
and-
use
and
the
if you
worst
look
one
between the
possible
two, you
first
can
to
see that
shock the jury.
The curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Make 1902.
1902.
That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
None is a demonstrative.
Yes.
I don't know what a demonstrative means.
Publish that.
Oh, like a graph. Okay.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
Justice for
And
Johnny
what-
Depp.
what does this
Amber
chart show?
Heard is an abuser.
So what I did was
We
I
just
took the
don't
data that I
like you,
supplied,
Amber.
to
Amber
Mr.
Turd,
Depp,
I would agree that's
which is the
negative.
original data from
Total
April
of all
2020
the first
through
hashtag
January
is
of
justice for
2021.
Johnny Depp.
And
That's
I
a
searched
negative.
it,
That's
for
negative
certain key
for Amber.
terms,
Holy
specifically
sweet.
hoax, fake, and fraud.
I'm getting angry.
That's what
I'm
it's
getting angry now.
representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags or misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these four.
This is
hashtags.
total BS. The negative
If you look at the
hashtag
total, oops, I'm putting that.
justice for Johnny Depp. Amber Heard is an
Well, you saw the
abuser.
line there.
We
What's the
just
total
don't
number
like
of,
you, Amber.
Times it was used. in the-
Justice
in
for
the
Johnny
negative tweets,
is a
either
negative.
hoax,
Justice
fake, or
for
fraud.
Johnny Depp is a negative hashtag. Okay.
81,121.
And did you
My
perform any other
God.
searches on the data?
Gosh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I got angry.
And
there.
what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then
They're going to get him on those
anything
hashtags and
followed
cross.
by Mignon or Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it. It's sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet
Oh,
mignon
this isn't
as
adversarial, Mike Bruno. It's going to get adversarial.
Um,
Mr. Expert, with your
and
medical
look for those in
degrees,
the same data.
how did you determine that
And
justice
in
for
terms of
Johnny
the
Depp
percentage
is
of
a
the
negative
amount of
hashtag?
times
Well,
Waldman or
it takes a
Waldman
position
was
against my
used
client. I'm sorry,
in the
against
negative
Amber Heard.
hashtags From April
He's an expert
2020
for both parties, and he's
through-
saying
is it January
justice.
2021?
If justice for Johnny Depp is negative for
The
Amber,
percent?
justice for
Yeah,
Amber
what's the
is
percentage?
negative against
Yeah,
Johnny
so
Depp.
I found over 25% of the negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average,
Negative.
had either Waldman
Justice
or
for
Waldman.
Johnny Depp. Here, I'll give you one. I'll give you a negative hashtag.
And I see you
not
ran searches
smart.
for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than
Sorry.
abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
I didn't hashtag
So
Mark Garneau that
I,
elicited a reaction.
So
I
if I had
tweeted
put them in quotes
and it
like
got a
that,
reaction because
say-
it's
say
called
abuse hoax
discussion.
in quotes. That would
And
require that it
that
show up
that
in
tweet
exactly
was
that way,
everyone
with the
hates
same
Johnny
spacing, the
Justin
same
Trudeau,
order.
even Mark
So
Garneau.
If it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately,
Oh, this
search for
guy's
them
going to get
separately, I'll
grilled
cover
on
it and
cross-examination.
Make sure that I catch everything.
You not smart.
And based on your analysis of these searches,
What'd I just
within
do?
negative,
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I cut out the screen. What's wrong with me? No. He can't read what's in people's
I
minds.
read
Here we go.
the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya. He stated that if these terms, particular the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
Yeah,
He's an
they're gonna
expert.
overruled.
if these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show
Negative hashtag
that
tweets.
they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted
I got one.
Mr. Banya's opinion on that
Hashtags are violence.
and,
No. Okay.
found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
Excuse me, Mike.
To what
He
level
didn't
of
say
confidence
against
level do you
Amber.
think
He
you can
said
provide to the
negative.
jury?
I think he actually used the
It's a
word
reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
negative. Does not mean
Thank you,
against.
Mr.
It
Sherrill. I
means
have no further questions.
presumably.
Cross-examination.
Unless cross-examination. Okay, this is gonna be fun. Didn't say against Amber. He said negative, which means damages her reputation, slurs, verbal assaults.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert
On hashtags.
as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's
So
correct.
that's
This
so
is your
that's
first
correct. Okay, thank you.
testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
That's correct.
And you're
Okay,
being
those are
compensated
two
for
good
your time here
questions.
Today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated. Yes.
Mr. Expert,
At
how the heck
$600
does
now.
justice for
That's what they're
Johnny
getting
Depp
paid.
Right.
defame Amber Heard?
And you're aware that Mr. Depp is being sued based on allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is
Uh-oh.
there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in
That's
the
a good one,
articles?
Justin Reeves.
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
I hope
Do you
he
know in
looked
what
at the
portion of the
engagement
articles
that those
the statements
hashtags
appear?
got. Not just how many.
I've looked at the articles and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where in general do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards
That's
Ms.
great. Didn't look at engagement.
That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones.
The negative ones. Justice for Johnny Depp.
Justice
negative.
for Johnny Depp.
There you go.
That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Terrible.
Amber Heard is an abuser.
Okay,
one of
that's
them.
reputational. I can concur with that.
We just don't like you, Amber.
I mean,
That's one
that's
of them?
that's
That is
negative
one
if you're in
And
grade
the last
school.
one was Amber Turd, right?
That's all.
That is another one.
Okay. And these four hashtags you identified and searched for, you have no you don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection to these three Waldman statements. The
I mean,
hashtags
how do you establish a connection?
aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags
Get
were
your
related
questions straight.
to any of the Waldman statements.
Okay.
And you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion
Yep.
that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Mhm.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya.
Has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's
testified.
disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but,
you're
Well,
adopting your
he's
own
allowed
opinion.
watching, by the way, people.
no, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
All right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I
Oh.
did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media, correct?
Made in what? I couldn't hear.
The media.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Media. Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020.
Good
right?
point.
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
That doesn't matter.
But
Thanks
justice
for-
for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
Yes.
That sounds correct.
Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
Mhm.
I don't
But
recall.
they weren't quite as popular.
Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
People can form a negative view of Ms. Heard without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
Well, they had.
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And they had. Is that
And
correct?
you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements.
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
And how about
You
if they
didn't
use the
form any
hashtags in a
opinion
favorable
that
tweet?
Of the million plus tweets.
Did he go to
that
the
you looked
content
at,
of the tweets themselves?
were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements?
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You
Oh, he's gonna-
have a demonstrative that council played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's?
Hey, imagine the
1991.
content of the tweets was actually favorable to
This
Amber.
is yours, right?
Correct.
Johnny's guilty. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp.
The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
Oh, that's awful.
And there are
Oh,
spikes that existed
Shocking.
Considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement. You were asked about that by counsel.
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before the statements.
Right, the date he leaked the audio.
And then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags, or uses of the hashtag that follow the statements.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so you
Oh,
looked at
really?
1.2 million of these hashtags, right?
Right.
In your chart, didn't 980,000 of these plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp?
Oh,
That sounds about right. You'd have to show me, but I'll take your word for it.
my
But
goodness.
the vast
Good work
majority
here,
of them
Cross.
were Justice for Johnny Depp.
A majority of them were.
Well, it wasn't the majority so large that you had to draw another chart.
The reason for drawing another chart is because the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, I didn't see
hashtags.
any news about Elon
Right.
canceling the deal.
Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison
He
to
is
the
cooked now.
hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right, as I testified, you can barely see them because of
Because
the
they're so-
spikes in the Justice for Johnny
Because they're
Depp
so
hashtag.
insignificant,
But
you can barely see them.
But when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
Yeah, because you take out the big
You're
spike,
not
so the
offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these
this
spikes
is good. This is very
I'm only
good.
talking about correlation.
Right. You're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right.
Oh,
and
shut
you're-
up.
And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did.
Yeah, he just asked one question
particular
too many.
post for
You
the
just got the
particular
answer you needed. You should have just
That's
stopped.
correct.
Okay.
There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
90% of the negative hashtags are
Yes,
justice for
the-
Johnny.
The pointer
Okay.
was
Or
pointing to a
give or
different
take.
one, but yes.
Yeah. Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020
I'm aware.
and in July?
Yeah.
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as
When-
of that,
when was
the
it,
time
expert?
of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the trial was going on then.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how much publicity is going on. Yeah, great.
There are a number of things called out in your
Going to
chart,
confirm.
relative to particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right.
It looks like Jason Kenney is in fact resigning or has resigned or stepped down.
All right. At some point, you ran searches for additional search terms, hoax, fraud. I think you said
Insignificant,
fake.
I presume.
And then you don't know why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You don't know why they're trending or why they're spiking.
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation.
Mathematical
You
correlation.
don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right. And
But just answer the
because
question, Mr.
tweet
Defensive
contains
Pants.
One of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Yon terms. So, it's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his name and Waldman-Yon or Minion.
Wait a minute, is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No.
Or the
I'm trying to
standard
speak.
is
I'm
scientific
trying to.
certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appeared in any of these tweets?
Well, if you look at if you look at the tweets that have Waldman, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Wait, just a large sample was 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these, but that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. When people are saying that they're part of the Wald minions or things like that, I would expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
Nobody asked whether it had to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering, how do you know that it had anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements?
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this. So I would.
This is the best Amber has, I think. That's the problem.
Controversy.
It wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that that if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this.
This guy this is not, I don't think this is helping, but
Again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? It's, did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk
just
about.
so
the
you know,
science of
you
it.
don't know.
Right.
I can only see numbers.
And so you identified all of these hashtags as negative towards Miss Heard, right?
Right.
Justice for Johnny
There you
Depp
go.
is not negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates.
He just
in your
answered the question, but you don't need to
analysis
ask him again.
Is not in
Said
fact
no.
negative towards Miss Heard.
I'm not opining on the hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets that contain. That
Oh, really? So you read 1 million tweets?
But the
Did he read the
hashtag
tweets?
itself is not negative.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
But do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
That's not part of my assignment.
Of course not, because you're
You
hired by
agree
Amber.
with Justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
But did he not say that he didn't read
Okay,
the
yes, sir.
tweets? He just said that he was going for negative hashtags. He didn't read the content of 1 million tweets.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of Justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
And
They're gonna redirect
the
if
tweets
they
with
can.
negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yon?
Over
Overruled, I'll allow.
over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time did the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yon go? Like how far to now?
Well,
Beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found
That's
that
what
it
I thought he
continued
said. I thought
to
he said
go
I
on.
didn't
see
analyze
any
the
end to it
content of
at
the
all.
tweets. I was just going with negative hashtags. And I said, how do you
And
decide what a negative
based
hashtag
on your
is?
analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Miss Heard before or
Negative
after April
tweets. He started off with negative
It was
hashtags.
clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously.
No, a
So even if you
hashtag
put
is
that in
not a
there, it's
tweet.
still
A
lot
hashtag is
more
like
after April of 2020, and there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period. And
boring. A hashtag is like
27
creating a
months in the
word.
first part.
That is a
And
new
based on
word
your
so that you can go
analysis, what
search.
if
You can
any
go
end
Google,
do you
put in
see for
hashtag
negative
and
tweets
this
toward
new
Miss
word.
Objection,
it'll-
no foundation.
It'll bring up tweets.
Based on his analysis up until the time.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis,
This
what
is-
was happening with the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
To continue to go on.
He said negative hashtags. He did not say
Mr.
negative
Schnell,
tweets.
after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
Oh.
No, they've not.
Yes, they have. I realize I'm
All right,
totally
sir, you
wrong,
can
and Amber
have a
Heard is
seat in the
totally
courtroom, or You're
guilty.
free to go. Okay, sir. Thank you. All right,
Okay.
Next witness.
Useless.
Okay, sure.
That lawyer was not good, in my opinion. Sorry, let me rephrase. Those questions were not good, in my opinion. Wow, that was useless. So the evidence is that there were a million tweets with 4 hashtags. We did. You know what would have been great? Expert, read some of the officially negative tweets. What was said? You want to impact? Read the negative tweets that are under the Justice for Johnny Depp. If you want to have an impact on the jury, whatever. Mr. Schnell, can you please read us a few of those tweets? Oh, with pleasure. Amber Turd is a disgusting person who took a dump on someone's bed. Hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp. I don't want to say something really offensive, but read some of the nastiest tweets you got there. Read them for the jury, and then hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp if you want to have any impact. That was useless. That was useless. So apparently, I have not seen news that Elon has formally called off the purchase above and beyond what we talked about earlier. I have seen reports that Jason Kenney, Skygate, or whatever the heck that gate was called, is stepping down. No, they just, and useless, like they screwed it up. Read some of the tweets. You have the opportunity. Runkle just got up here. Yeah, Runkle's in there. Hold on 1 second. I got time. Got at least 35 minutes. Yeah, so it was stupid. It was not just stupid, to quote Terry Giberson, wasted opportunity. You could have had an impact on the jury by reading, some of the threats, some of the death. Lord knows, you know what's out there in terms of bad tweets for Amber. A very specific type of threat, that's typically gender based on the YouTubes. Who was it that was talking about the type of hate, the gender division on hate, or the sex division on hate, that men get certain types of hate on social media, women get another specific type. You could have read some of those. Then there wouldn't have been any doubt as to how awful Twitter is. But other than that, okay, great. So her damages, her reputational damages are based on 1 million tweets, 980,000 of which actually are hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp. Good luck with that. Good luck swaying the men on the jury that justice for someone who might arguably be wrongly accused is bad, is negative, qualifies as defamation or evidence of defamation. Anyhow, I used to work with a lawyer who really looked exactly like Camilo Velasquez. I wonder what they're talking about. So you're on it. Yeah, that was a big waste of time. Yeah, you guys actually hired that? No, I can't do that. Okay. I came for Barkin, and now I don't think I'm going to get to see it in time before I have to bail. Allegedly, Lori, she crapped the bed and cut off his finger. Case allegedly. Her defense: Johnny cut off his own fingertip when he was smashing a phone against a wall that he destroyed to smithereens that nobody else testified ever existed. And the dog. It was the dog. No, I think I have to. I might get in trouble with... I'll get in trouble. But my wife and I have our tag team parenting. Let me just see this. Okay, good. I'm safe over there. Safe over here. Oh, did we see Runkle of the Bailey? The camera pans over as the lady in white waltzes out of the room, not knowing the entire world is staring at her purse. 2 gentlemen in the front are praying for justice for Johnny Depp. Little did they know they were praying to a awful, evil hashtag. Oh, audio is back on. Golf Viva is gone. Speaking of goddamn dogs. Winston. No, he's sleeping. Forget it. The dog should sue for defamation. Oh, are we going to have...
Your Honor, we will be calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation and restart.
Brian Mulrooney's daughter? I had no idea she was involved in this. Another video deposition. Viva Fry is cracking up the chat with the commentary. We are now going to sit down for yet another video deposition, which will be enthralling, invigorating. It will make golf look like UFC, probably.
You just want to spell the last name for me?
It's
MULRONEY.
MULRONEY.
All right.
Who's Brian Mulroney? He was like, I was going to say he was one of the best prime ministers in Canada. I don't know. He was a prime minister of Canada.
State your name and address for the record.
Michelle Mulrooney, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
$50 to anybody who can
What is your
read
occupation?
that in the background. That
I'm
note.
a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice.
Could you
Oh,
just
boy.
please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history?
Okay, I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991.
Gibson, Dunn,
And then
and
I
Crutcher.
worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch. When I joined it, then later morphed into several names.
I'll pay it
And then
50
in
American to anybody who can read what that says.
2011,
Oh my God,
I
this is going to be
joined
so
Venable
boring.
LLP as a partner.
Just pay attention. It's 1336
What
in
are
the
your
deposition.
areas of practice and expertise?
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast Estate Planning Group for Venable.
And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials?
Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for all the
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married.
Let's dissect the background, because that's how
They
exciting
discuss
this is.
things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married.
There's Clorox bleach wipes and alcohol sanitizer behind her shoulder.
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly.
It looks like
Did there
and
come a
sounds
time when
like
Amber
she's
Heard
underwater.
contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is?
Who's she looking at? Who did you just look at?
And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
Who are you looking at right
She's
now?
a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
Better ask her, Elaine.
This is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns.
I think this is COVID and to facilitate trial, to instead of flying people over from all over the
Who
world.
did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top
I
of
just
the
for a
email
second
where it
pictured
says
Amber
February
sitting in a chair this morning and having someone braid her hair like the woman in Braveheart.
what, if anything, does this do to refresh your
How
recollection?
long
on
does
when
it take to
approximately
make hair look like that?
were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup.
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay.
The most
Based on
boring
this,
deposition
when
yet in this
approximately
trial,
were you contacted
clearly taken in the
to
kitchen of a
represent
law firm
Amber Heard in
or the
connection
dining
with
room.
the prenup or postnup?
It continues
The
unabated.
early part of February, the late part of January or the early part of February 2015.
The jury does not care
Ms.
at all
Mulroney, I'm going
about
to
what is
ask
being
you to
discussed.
take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4.
We just heard a
And
creaking of a
it
chair
is
or someone farting.
An email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's
This
counsel,
deposition is over a year old. This is March 1st, 2021.
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it
Glitterfart has
is an
notified
email
David
from
that braids do not take that
Dana
long.
Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13, and says J/A deal points. Do
Beautiful
you know
dog,
what
Natalie.
J/A means?
But
I'm
I
going to
concur.
take
It
you
was a
first of
fart. It
all
was
to
quite
the
clearly a
bottom part,
fart.
which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
Excuse me, ma'am.
believe it means
Are you being
Johnny
advised by
slash
someone right now?
Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial
Okay.
agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No,
What is it?
Common
community
law.
property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50, each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings. Yes.
The mother from Step
What was
Brothers.
your
What's her name?
understanding of the purpose of the
She was in
confidentiality
Back to the Future 3 as
Very
well.
standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, when either party is disclosing their assets, that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana.
Mary
I have
Steenburgen.
forwarded to Amber.
This
She
witness is
filming
Mary
a movie,
Steenburgen.
but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep
Half-
trying to move forward.
In the absence of a prenup, they get half of the earnings of their spouse.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
Show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7.
Yeah, I would if it's Elaine's witness, so you wouldn't want to call out your own witness on being coached.
Down to show you
I
where
would.
the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling you she'll have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. Now, what did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back end.
This is interesting.
I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro forma.
What did you mean by back end?
Back end is either profit participations
So
or royalties.
I'm confused as to what this lawyer is testifying to.
You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
And those are all components of what they make during the marriage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were
This
sent
is very
the
interesting.
confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp?
If you don't have a prenup, your spouse will be entitled to half of the property earned, acquired during the marriage. Amber said she didn't want a prenup because she wasn't in it for the money, but it sounds like she would have been much better off without a prenup based on Johnny's revenue than with a prenup.
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean.
Very
That
mean.
he
Please.
called me names and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
He said justice for Johnny Depp.
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
No, it's not hearsay leading. She just, you let her answer, unfortunately.
During the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch.
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
Do I think she had a plan from the beginning? Irrelevant if at some point in time she decided the new plan was better than the old plan. She testified that she wasn't in it for the money. That's why she didn't want a
I was
prenup.
just extremely rattled by the call. You know, I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial?
She's got to be looking at her attorney. But I'd like to see the attorney in frame with her if I'm doing this by
seeing a
this
postnuptial
video.
draft agreement?
No.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
Johnny Depp.
I don't recall.
Oh, bull garbage. You don't recall. Sorry. Bull
Was it your
plop.
understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
Of course it was.
Yeah.
Oh. So that might.
Did you tell him that?
No.
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
Can you imagine? She didn't want to admit what everybody knows.
Did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing. Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive, I recall that
I
there
would
was
have
no
objected to
more
that question,
substantive
but
conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
that was riveting testimony from which
ma'am, your
we
next
have learned
witness.
absolutely
Yes, Your Honor,
nothing.
we'd like to call the Disney corporate representative.
Oh yes, bring on the Disney. For those of you who don't know, Disney has been in the news recently. I won't say for what. Okay. I'm sure it will be more video deposition. For those of you with insomnia, pay close
Could you
attention.
please state your name and your business address for the record?
Tina Newman, Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production. live
February
action,
11, 2022.
500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
Beautiful flowers in the background. They
And
appear
what
to be
is your
fake.
current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
Production
That
executive.
is my title, production executive.
Okay, listen
I
to
work
the
in
answers,
live
Elaine.
action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Do you have a
Were
do
you
you have a written
involved
mandate?
in gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask. you
Canada
to take
Dry is
a
like
look
ginger ale. There's no
at
alcohol in
just
it.
Highlight it under topic number. It's
Who's moving her
subpoenas
camera?
on Paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard
All of
and
this
any
time
impact
invested.
it
I'm not
may
even
have
going to get to
had on the
Barkin's
above.
testimony.
And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role. or a different
Caribbean,
production.
not Caribbean.
Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved?
Listen to this question. I mean, this is how you don't ask a question. I can't follow it.
Do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Oh, what a
Do you
stupid
recall in your
line of questioning this
preparation
is going to be.
As the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by
Documents.
Disney, any document that
Documents.
referred in any
I'll stop.
manner
I'll stop.
to
Sit back.
the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Oh, so this representative of Disney didn't read the op-ed, didn't know about it. So
Any of the
clearly, no,
documents you
Disney did
reviewed
not
that were
consider
produced by
the
Disney
accusations.
In response to the subpoena that was taken, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
Documents.
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role? A
Does it bother-
lesser or
it's
greater
Caribbean.
role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on?
Do we appreciate how idiotic
between
this line of
Disney and
questioning
Mr.
is
Depp,
for adducing
including
any meaningful
considering Mr.
evidence?
Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
Wait, do you know or he is
And when
not?
you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification.
Yes.
Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
How do you not know that? How do you not know
I
that?
was just gonna say, that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibility. It's above my head.
So, but then so then all of the other questions
So
would be
what
irrelevant
is
as
the
to your knowledge of the
you
op-ed.
have about Pirate 6?
She
Like
doesn't
I
make the
said, I
decisions,
just know
so
that it's
all
a
of her
project
knowledge of
that's
the op-ed
possibly in
is
development
irrelevant.
at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed?
Hearsay. How do I know what other people have read? Stupid. Here, let's
Are
ask
you
another
aware
question.
of
Would you
anyone
hire an
else
actor who
at
has been publicly
Disney
accused of domestic
who
violence?
has knowledge of the topic areas
Topic.
in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say, I can't speak for someone else.
But I just
explained
did, by the way.
earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, that plateaus, and there are people that I work under.
Yeah, that's right. So bring
and
them
those
there.
particular
Oh,
persons
Amber, did
may
you
or
not
may
realize
not
his
have more
testimony was bad
knowledge,
before your
but I
lawyers
can't
put it up?
speak on behalf of them.
Is Disney aware that Mr. Depp has testified
Midwest.
under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No,
Would Disney entertain paying Mr. Depp more than $300 million and provide him?
She
with
can't
more
answer
than
this question
1 million
regardless, but
alpacas to be able to
this is such a
obtain
great
his,
question. These are
services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
no.
I'm sorry,
I'm
if
sure
it
you
if,
would have
if
been
it would
marked
make
as
$1 billion
deposition exhibit
and
number
they could get the alpacas
52
at no
to
cost, they would.
Alan Horn, who's that?
He was our co-chairman.
Of Disney?
Yes,
Are you not
Alan
entertained?
Bergman, who's he?
same. He's the other
She's
co-chairman
not
of Disney.
qualified to be a witness to
Was.
prove what Elaine tried to
And
prove
then Sean
about that
Bailey,
op-ed.
You indicated was the president?
It's our president of production, correct.
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Reeder is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw, and it's dated 5/10/2000.
Because I presume Johnny Depp said hyperbolically, I wouldn't do another one for 300 million and 1 million alpacas.
Subject HR, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see
I've
that?
got
Yes.
Okay.
20
have any
20 more
understanding
minutes.
as to why
I want to leave it
Angela
a pause. I don't want to
Shaw
leave
is
half
sending
down
this
halfway through this.
to this group, the 2 co-chairmen, the president,
Yeah, Johnny does look sharp. Actually, who just said that?
head of communication.
I was gonna say that it's a very well fitting suit.
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be. bringing
Ask
it
her
to
this
the
question. Elaine will never ask her this question. Would you hire an actor who has been convicted of domestic violence?
Relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is
Oh, no, of course.
publicity
Would you hire an
relating
actor
to
who has
Johnny
been
Depp,
publicly accused
whether it
of
be
domestic
positive or
violence?
Negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of
I
anything
agree.
concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
Okay. And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people, was to keep them apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp. Would you agree?
Yeah, that would be my assumption.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been labeled as exhibit number 53, and it is Disney 114 through 137. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure documents.
this one's from Alan Horn. And I think we've identified Alan Horn before, well, actually it starts.
Just
with- let's
JC, I
start down
think you
here.
might have just proven the
On June
defamation case
21st,
inadvertently.
2018. All right. And then.
Just
it
JC,
has a
no joke. I
reply
think you
from
literally
Sean
just
Bailey,
proved
SAG.
the defamation
You see that?
case accidentally.
Yes.
What was Mr. Bailey's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay.
He may have been the
And-
EVP. I don't know.
Why, thank you. This has been excessively boring
Then we
today
have an email
and
at the
pointless,
top
and I
that
came
says
only for
Sean
one
Bailey,
important testimony,
CC Janelle
which I'm going to
Pittman.
miss.
And then it has some copies to some other people. It's from Alan
Just
Horn.
JC,
believe
I
this
think
he
we
was
agree.
one of the co-
No one would hire someone accused of domestic
directors,
violence,
is that
and if
correct?
it's not
Co-chairman.
true, it's defamation, and you prove the
Okay.
damages. Now the only question
And
is
Alan
Johnny
Bergman,
Depp guilty of that of which Amber accused
The
him?
other co-chairman.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time?
Thank you.
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
But I'm not in a position to make any
understanding of
decisions, even if I did
why
read it anyhow. So take it from there,
This
Elaine.
would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top.
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
All right, Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Ooh, that was a good one.
Yes,
Document.
it looks like a email.
Please tell me, please describe it for me.
It's an email, well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance. And then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right, and you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Correct.
What is that?
It's after finance.
He handles all finances once film goes into post-production on any given picture.
I'm joking, people.
Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone?
I mean,
Probably done
you compare this testimony to Johnny's
I mean, to
witnesses,
be
where he
honest,
said
I don't really
it's
remember
no,
much
you don't
about
have
the
to say
story,
why
but
you're not
obviously
hiring
I
someone
was looked
back
at
when
it
they're those accusations out there.
and commented.
Right, and in
see.
fact,
Emily
in fact, when
Barkin.
you
I want to see
comment
Emily
on
Barkin.
depressing. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this?
Yes. Mhm.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number.
I got the car fob ready. Who said get the car keys
And
ready?
it is a document also produced by Disney, and there's debate stamps, Disney 167.
Trial ends next
through
week. Closing arguments are
177.
Friday. No trial tomorrow. 4 days left of
Ask you to
evidence.
take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Lich, stop spamming though, Hill, but Lich is
Then
free
ask you
under
to turn down to
very, very
169.
onerous conditions of freedom.
It says,
Pat
Johnny
King's still in
Depp's
jail.
Legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber
Yep.
Heard abuse claims. The actors camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against the Sun for an article that labeled the actor a quote wife beater, unquote. Katie Kaleni reports. You see that?
Yes.
I
Do you
don't
have
know
a
who assigns
recollection
damages
of
if they
learning
find a
about
guilty
this and
verdict.
reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking.
Oh, Eric says tomorrow is a trial
October
day. Okay.
2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as
Oh,
Alan received it, but
Oh.
that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return. You see that? Question was, did you see
Where?
it?
Oh, and here, Tamara Lich Bricheville,
Yes, I see it.
POTC.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails?
There's an article
or
confirming
your
that. Okay.
IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any?
I actually don't believe that
decision-maker
answer from her, but I think
outside
there's
of
something
Disney?
more to that
And
answer.
By this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not considering Mr. Depp for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018.
No.
That's how it works, of course.
All right.
Take a break. Take a break so I can.
Time's
We have an 11-minute one.
okay. That's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin.
Oh, good. Okay.
Barkin.
11
Thank
minutes.
you.
And that leaves me exactly enough time to pick up the kids afterwards. Okay. By the way, I don't know where the cross is on that, but I would have had fun cross-examining that witness. Oh God, would you hire someone with a DV conviction?
Good morning,
No.
Ms.
How about a
Barkin.
DV accusation?
I think the first thing that would be very short, but
This
very
is from
simple
November
to the record
2019.
is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you
Ellen
started
Barkin is
working and
Jewish?
what you've done during your career.
That's a Megan David on her
I
shirt.
started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
Family Jewish immigrants from Siberia
in
and
the course
Belarusian
of your
Polish.
career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when
Jewish
you
from
met?
Siberia
I
and
would say
Belarusian Polish border.
1990.
Her parents, her family. Interesting.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
And then more than friends.
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little
Oh, I've
less.
got to hear with the dirt that she has. This is the
and-
best that they can get. It's going to be dirt
Fair
from
to say that Mr. Depp at the
1999.
time was also an actor, a professional actor.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a number of articles explaining why she's extremely bitter
Um,
and has a vendetta
Were you,
against
um,
Johnny Depp.
did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
What's been, she
often
hasn't
would you
she
see
hasn't been
Mr.
doing
Depp?
much these days.
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went
True. I just double checked it anyhow.
up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there
It's a Seventh-day Adventist thing as well, I think.
come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic?
Of course there was.
Yes.
You know there was.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
How old is she? 68?
After I had moved to Hollywood,
Yeah, she says she's 68 years old. How old is Johnny Depp? Bit of an age difference.
and he, switched the buttons.
I don't know what that means. He's
Yes.
58. Okay.
1994.
This has got to be very
You said
awkward for
switch
Johnny to be
lines.
staring at an old girlfriend from 30
The
years ago.
friendship went from a purely platonic friendship
to sexy
to
time
romantic.
with Johnny Depp.
Um,
Could you describe the quality of
At
your
that
relations with
point
Johnny
in
Depp,
1994,
Ms.
when the
Barkin?
relationship turned romantic,
So you're not change that to sexual.
Dude, I said it. I just said it.
For how long did your
I can
relationship
read
with,
minds.
Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months.
Oi, keep your schmeckle in your pants. It will
Anywhere
make for
between
a
3
happy
and 5,
life.
6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
Really?
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but
please
can you
do,
tell me
do.
like where you would see him? Just give me some.
When you
sense.
say
he
see,
would
do
come
you
to
mean
my
sexual
house,
encounters?
Or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at
Both. That was loud.
either when you were at his house,
This is 30 years ago,
where you
so he
didn't
would have
stay the
been
night, or where you were
28,
at his
and
house,
she would have
when
been
you did stay the
30.
night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who were those people?
He had an assistant. His sister.
I might have to be late. I'm worth sticking around. 11 minutes. It should end at
That's all I can remember now.
3:28.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp,
Can you imagine
were
this?
did you become
This
aware
has
that
got to be
he,
awkward.
Drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Oh, they're going to bring in his drinking.
Okay, and
oh boy!
can you explain
They're going to
how
ask
you
her
were
about
aware of
violence,
that?
and
He
she's
was
going to say no.
drunk all the time. A lot
30
of the
years ago,
time.
he was drunk.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What would you understand? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was
Alcohol.
a red wine drinker.
It was alcoholic beverages that caused him to be intoxicated.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Leading question. She wasn't.
Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question.
Oh,
And
yes.
what illegal substances?
Cocaine.
Hallucinogenics. Cocaine. Marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know.
It was
He
35
told me
years
he
ago.
was, tripping.
I heard her say Mr. Barkin as well. By the way, I wasn't
With
going to make
respect
those
to any
types
of
of
that,
jokes, but
hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
yes, he did. We did it
Yes.
together.
More than once?
All the time.
Yeah, we did it together.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and sexual, then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you.
We
I mean,
did it
I just
together.
know he
Then
was
we
always
did
drinking
sexy time. That's how it worked.
and- or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course. Oh, yeah.
There's no question.
Now, did you ever
See him
observe
be violent. Him
Ms.
being violent.
Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
Yeah,
I
he
did
got
not.
high
So
and drunk.
he was kind of the same all the time. Fair to say?
Was not the same. He was high.
I mean, I can script this because it's so bad.
Ms.
Sorry.
Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was
Johnny
out
does
of
look
control with
pretty
you.
decent for 50 years.
Yes.
Was there a time when he was out of control? Yes.
Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Were you,
Oh my
was
goodness.
something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
On one
between you and Mr.
occasion.
Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle that, do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
Oh, it was.
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
This is unbelievable.
By that break in the table. or
This
so
is the best they
further
can get. A
down.
girlfriend from 30
It
years
was
ago
a
who said he once threw a bottle
toss.
across a room.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
No, it wouldn't have,
Was
because
it your
glass.
understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I'm not
I
an
don't know
expert.
why he threw the bottle.
I'm not a
And was it-
biologist. I
when
can't
he
tell
threw
what
it,
would have
Was it in
happened.
your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So
This-
he
this
threw it
attorney
in your
should be-
direction at a group of people.
Yes.
And nobody got hurt.
was?
And nobody got hit.
His Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And
Please
I never
end.
heard from him again.
End in 2 minutes. End in 2 minutes.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous
35
man,
years
controlling
ago.
Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do
This is a
last
joke.
night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having
Well,
sex with a
at least
person
it
who
didn't come
wasn't.
from him, Barkin.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
How is any of this admissible?
Yeah, very common.
And
Proof of
when-
character?
In these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he
Mm.
also become angry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And demanding.
And demanding. Oh my!
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case. And
Oh,
not
they're
do
going to
outside
discuss
research,
it.
Okay?
That's what
See
we
you
waited all day for. An old girlfriend. I'm sorry. Who said? An old girlfriend who said he once threw a bottle in a fight. Oh, I got to clean my eyes. Oh my gosh. Who once threw a bottle in an argument 35 years ago, didn't hit anybody, and that's it. Holy sweet merciful goodness. It is time to run now. People, just make sure
Come
nothing
back at
egregious happens.
3:45. Does that give you time to be ready? Okay.
Runkle the Bailey's there. That was egregious. That's what we waited all day for. That was the bombshell testimony. An old girlfriend says that he used to drink 35 years ago, and once, and only once, he threw a bottle in a fight. Nobody got hit. Nobody got hurt. It's not even clear he threw it at anybody. Okay, people, 7 o'clock tonight, sidebar. Larry Sanger, Wikipedia. It's going to be amazing. I better go. Okay, I didn't check Rumble once. Oh, because we're not on Rumble for this one. That's right. Am I coming back? I don't know. I don't think so. I got to exercise before the stream tonight. Dramatic zoom on Virginia. Logo sic semper tyrannis, which we now know what it means. Hashtag free the jury from this rubbish. That's a very hateful hashtag for the jury and justice. They didn't, Terry French, they didn't establish that he has a long history of getting violent at all. Because one incident 35 years ago and then another accusation 30 years later does not make any long-standing habit of anything. And yeah, okay, I really do have to go. Go. People, enjoy the rest of the evening. 7 o'clock tonight. I will see you there.